Hey everybody, welcome back to another episode of DeLoreanTECH Live, and welcome to the first episode of DeLorean 100. This will be one of many episodes featuring members of the DeLorean community, and we're going to get started here in a moment, but first I wanted to sort of kick off the event a little bit here and list who we're going to have on the panel tonight. So we've got a pretty good lineup, starting off with Danny Botkin. So Danny Botkin from DMC, California is going to be on as well, talk about JZD. He actually met JZD. We'll also have Josh Shattenkirk, otherwise known as, or better known as, LSDeLorean. He'll be on as well. So many of you know Josh Shattenkirk on Instagram and Facebook. He develops LS engine swap kits for the DeLorean. Is an all-around cool guy, so he'll be on as well. And we'll have Alexx Michael. So Alexx Michael is the author of Looking Inside. It's a pretty awesome book. He was also at DCS a couple years ago, and he's a DeLorean historian, so he'll be online to share his experience. We've also got members from DeLorean Expo and DCS. So DeLorean Expo, the DeLorean Owners Association Convention, we've got Roland Hoffman and Ron Ferguson. And from DCS, DeLorean Convention and Show, we've got Rich Weissensel and Tom Cedor. Lastly, we'll have alumni from various DeLoreanTECH videos, such as Chris Hoggard from Delivering the Dream, Dustin Henck, Justin Trabue, and a few others. It's going to be a really cool event to celebrate the 100th birthday of John Z. DeLorean. Welcome to DeLorean 100. So as I stated a little earlier, this is going to be episode 1 of hopefully many episodes throughout the year, commemorating, honoring, celebrating John Z. DeLorean, his 100th birthday. So we've compiled a panel of various folks from the DeLorean community, personal friends of mine. I figured it'd be a great way to start. So I'm going to go ahead and let everyone introduce themselves. And first off, we've got Danny Botkin from DMC, California. How you doing, Danny?
I'm doing great. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming on.
Happy to do it. So I'm going to introduce myself. I am Danny Botkin, with Service Manager of DeLorean Motor Company in California.
Danny, how long have you been in the DeLorean community?
This year is my 25th year.
Oh man, 25 years.
25 years of working on DeLoreans.
So, I guess maybe you can just really quickly let us know how you kind of got started with the whole DeLorean community and the DeLorean car. I think you met JZD, right?
Yes, I had the opportunity to meet him. He was in our shop back in, I want to say, about 2002. Catherine, we did some work on Catherine's Trans Am that she had.
Oh, really?
Me and Dawn were replacing the rear end of her car, and she said, you know, my dad's going to be coming to town pretty soon because she's graduating her ITT Tech, or the school she was going to, and she said, I'm going to have him come down. So he came down, and really nice experience. Did kind of one-on-one with him. He came in early. I was the only one at the shop, so I got to spend almost an hour with him, just kind of walking around the shop, showing him the stuff. Very personal guy, very nice guy. You know, just it wasn't, you know, I've always wanted to meet him, and it just flowed nicely. It just showing him all the stuff we were doing. I was building my first Back to the Future car at the time. We were building number 3 of the Pierce designed stainless steel frames at the time. So showing him that, and just had a real great time with him at the shop.
Awesome. So that's another thing that you're known for too, is your Back to the Future DeLorean builds.
Yeah.
So how long have you been building time machines?
Honestly, 25 years. I started building the first one when I first started working with Dawn. I bought a DeLorean. That's how I met Dawn. Wanted to build a nice, beautiful stock car, but after the first about year working with Dawn, Universal brought the original one to me of the Back to the Future cars. They wanted to get it running for a Part 4, which of course never got made. But you know, looking at that, working on the car, you know, I figured, you know, I could build this thing. So I decided to change gears with my car I was building and build my first Back to the Future car. So I'm on number 34 right now.
34. Wow. So are you competing against Video Bob? I don't know how many he has. Somewhere around there too, right? Who has the most?
I don't know. I think maybe Bruce over in Florida probably has the most for what he
Bruce
says.
Coulomb. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So he's doing it, 24/7.
Yeah.
He has a shop down there. He's building that. I know he builds a bunch of like robots, Robbie robots and stuff like that. But so there's between me and Video Bob and Bruce and there's a few of us out there building them.
Awesome. Hey, thanks a lot, Danny. So our next panelist is LSDeLorean himself, Mr. Josh Shattenkirk. How you doing, man?
Good. Hi, Todd. Thanks for having everyone on here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Well, now's the day to do it. I can do a quick introduction. I've had my car for I bought it in 2013, and the engine had a hole in it, among other things. I'm like, well, let's look at something different for an engine, and that started a big thing for me. So in 2015, I did an LS swap in my car. I'm not the first person to do it, but the people started asking me, "Oh, could you replicate those parts?" And I thought about it for a while. I'm like, yeah, for sure. So, and it's just grown over the years since then, and we're going on 10 years of it to this point. So, very grateful for the support in the community. I know it's not everyone's thing, and I certainly can appreciate a really a nice stock car. So I just like DeLoreans. I want to drive my car. I want it to have a little more power. So that's what I came up with, and that's my thing within the community. So.
Hey, thanks a lot, Josh. Really appreciate that. So just rewinding back a little bit further, what got you into the DeLorean?
So I was born after the movie came out, so the movie's gonna be my entry point. I'm sure others will agree. At the start of the first movie, when the car's backing up off the truck and the smoke and stuff like that, it always just gives me chills, that scene. So that kind of captured my interest at a fairly young age, and when I was looking for a project car. It wasn't necessarily a DeLorean, and I ended up deciding that that's the car I wanted. I was looking for something unique, something that it's interesting. DeLorean's unique, but everyone still knows it. So what other cars are like that?
Right,
so.
right. Hey, thanks a lot, Josh. Our next panelist is Alexx Michael, and Alexx is hailing from Germany. How you doing, Alexx?
All good. I'm still awake.
Yeah, what time is it over there?
Now it's 3 o'clock a.m.
Oh, 3 a.m. Man.
Yeah, my neighbor's gonna get up in like 2 hours.
Well, thanks for staying up this late for us. Really appreciate that. Why don't you give a quick introduction to yourself, your works, and how you got into the DeLorean community?
Well, my name is it's Alexx Michael, and for most part, I'm in the music industry. I play in a band called Shameless, and also play with Cherie Curry, who used to be the original singer of the Runaways back in the 70s, but she's still rocking and rolling pretty much all over the world. We just did a tour last year all over Europe and UK, and then this year it seems we're going to Australia and a couple of other places. And yeah, I I have my DeLorean since 2018. And unlike most other DeLorean owners, for me, it didn't start at all with Back to the Future. For me, it was simply because, like, when I was 13, and there was a German pop magazine, and it had an article about Ace Frehley, the legendary guitar player from Kiss, got arrested because of his reckless driving somewhere in New York, and he had a DeLorean. And I was like, and when I saw the article, there was this picture of their car. And it was like, what is that? Is that the actual car that they are talking about, or is that a prop from one of their photo shoots? Because anyone that knows like the old Kiss photo shoots, they always had like incredible like backgrounds. Like Ace was in a rocket ship and whatsoever. So first I thought it was a prop for the photo shoot, until somebody told me, no, that's a real car. And I didn't see Back to the Future until some point. I would say it was like 95 or 96, because I was staying at a friend that I met that night. And the next day she was like, oh, do you want to watch a movie? And I was like, well, what do you have? And then she showed me that Back to the Future. And then when the scene comes, when the truck opens, I was like, oh my God, they used Ace's car for that movie. How cool is that? And so, and that's how saw the whole Back to the Future thing. But like, how many of you guys that obviously saw it when the movie came out, like, I totally missed on that, because at that point, I didn't even go to movie theaters, because I was like 15. I was just like sitting in my room and either like playing guitar or doing this, or like, like listening to Kiss records or something else. So like, I was not a big movie kid.
Awesome. Yeah, I mean, that's kind of a little contrast for me. Like, the Back to the Future, right? 85. It was actually a commercial. That's kind of what started it, right? And I was sitting there. I was a little kid with my dad, and I see the commercial for Back to the Future. Hadn't seen the movie yet. Dad's like, hey, that's a real car, because that's the first thing I noticed. I was like, that car, look at that car. I didn't care that it was actual movie preview. It's like, look at that car, right? That's kind of what did it for me. And obviously I had to make my way to see the movie. Eventually got to see the A-Car at Universal Studios in 87. So it's always interesting because, well, most of us, it really was sort of Back to the Future that started. But it's always good to see or hear from folks who got into it because of something else, like Ace Frehley, right? I mean, who would have thought, right? Pretty awesome.
I mean, that was my whole childhood, was pretty much Kiss, and more Kiss on top of that. And then, and then just starting music. So, but like, and the funny thing was, when Back to the Future came out in 85, we didn't have real TV commercials, or not that I ever saw any of them, because we only had like 3 TV stations here. And two of those stations didn't even have like advertisement or something, because they were like public TV stations, so they wouldn't show any advertisements, especially not for movies.
True, absolutely. Thanks a lot, Alexx. All right, Chris Miles.
Hello, everyone. I've been a DeLorean owner since 2009. I kind of got into it because of the movie. Like most kids, I just turned 40, so Back to the Future was kind of big. But as time went on, I just developed more of appreciation for the car itself. And as I've owned the car, I've began to learn how to work on cars. So it's one of my hobbies now, is working on them and helping other people with them. It's been a great thing in my life. I've met a lot of people, a lot of new friends that I probably wouldn't have been able to meet otherwise. So it helped me out really largely socially too. So that's a benefit. But it's pretty an interesting group that we've gathered in all the DeLorean community. There's lots of different walks of life, but everyone seems to have the passion for the car, and they just want to keep them on the road. They want to drive them. They want to enjoy them.
That's what John would have wanted, right?
Right.
And
He wanted to, as he said, he wanted to build the ethical sports car, the one that would last for a long time. And I mean, how many 80s cars do you see on the road anymore? The DeLorean's like timeless, as
Oh
we
yeah,
know.
yeah. No, that's right. I was walking the dog this morning and I saw an 80s car parked in somebody's garage. It was a Chevy. I couldn't place it, but I knew it was an 80s car, right? It had that iconic look, right? But you're right. I mean, I think ever since I bought my car, I have yet to see a DeLorean, another DeLorean. At least, not one what we're actually caravanning with, or just on the road randomly. I have not seen one yet. Even though, right?
So I have a funny story. So back when I bought my car, I was driving down to the LA area to get it. And on the way there, I saw a DeLorean merge off of the freeway onto an off-ramp. So I said, okay, this is a sign. I'm picking up my car, and I see another one on the road, so that was kind of cool.
That's cool. That's cool. And those of you tuning in here in the chat, you guys are very familiar with Chris Miles. If you've been watching our live streams, he's been our cohort on the Bring a Trailer auctions on DeLoreanTECH Live. And thanks for all your contributions, Chris. Really
Sure.
glad to have you here tonight. Next up, we've got Tom Cedor and Rich Weissensel from DCS, the DeLorean Midwest Connection, I believe, right? Is that the club? Is that the club name? How you guys doing tonight?
Great.
Good.
Great.
So who wants to go first?
He's the old guy, so maybe he should go.
Yeah, you can't get him to stop talking, though. That's the problem. Basically, since you started off with that, the DeLorean Midwest Club, that was a chapter from the original DOA. We existed prior to forming a separate club, and we've been around now for quite a few years. It's been I forget when we actually dissolved the chapters, but it's been close to 40 years. So it's been quite some time. I've been around with the club since at least 1990. That's when I had my second DeLorean. I bought my first one back in '85, and I have an interesting story about kind of learning about the DeLorean outside of Back to the Future, at least before it started. And that was working with Schwinn Bicycle Company in Chicago. They had a large collection of bicycles in their museum that they would regularly lend out to movies and make sure that they were getting authentic bicycles for a particular era. So they had the guys at the museum looking up all the details for that, and I just happened in there, and they were working on pre-production for the movie, and I saw some pre-production posters that they had on the wall, and that was it. Saw that car, and I had seen it previously in magazines. Really hadn't seen it anywhere else other than a few car magazines, but like through the mid 70s, around 76, 77, that's when I started seeing, some of the pictures of the prototype cars, from the guys in my neighborhood who had, money to buy the magazines. And then they tossed them out, and next thing you know, I got a hold of the magazine. So, yeah, so it's been a kind of a long road with the car, knowing it for at least about 50 years, from concept to where it is now, and a lot of little trigger points along the way, but I'll share a few of those later.
Awesome.
Hey
Thanks a
guys,
lot, Rich.
I'm Tom Cedor. I've been a DeLorean owner since 1992. I was inspired when my wife and I went to go see our first movie in 1985. So don't do the math. I'm not that old. But so we saw the movie in 85, and I walked out of that theater thinking at some point I wanted to have the vehicle. So I worked a lot of odd jobs during college to try to save up for it. Got the car in 1992, in Rockford, Illinois, and lo and behold, the car was in a barn. Go figure. And so I thought, how appropriate for it to be in a barn. And so picked it up then, joined this guy over here and his crew, the DeLorean Midwest Connection. And then as the group got bigger, that's when Dave Swingle saw me at a car show. He ended up getting a car. So Dave Swingle came on board, and Bob Brandis was already a member at the time with his family and Gail. And so they kind of were the first ones to come up with a time machine. So what did I do? Being a Chicago Cubs baseball fan, Rich here is a Sox fan, I had to convert my car into a time machine so the Cubs won the World Series in 2015. And so that was the inspiration on my side to do the conversion, and I've had a lot of fun ever since. So that's pretty much it. Rich and I have been trying to work on a bunch of projects together here recently, and been having a lot of fun. I wish I had a real time machine. It would really help.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Really appreciate that. Next we have Roland Hoffman. How you doing, Roland? From the DeLorean Owners Association. And it looks like you're driving. You're not in a DeLorean, though.
No, well, I'm about to see the DeLorean very quickly. And hello, everyone. Roland Hoffman here. I'm the president of the DeLorean Owners Association, of course, the oldest DeLorean-centric organization, which is great. We, believe it or not, we continue to operate, and it's just been crazy. It's been great. It's been a wild. How can I put it? 42 years. My involvement with the DeLorean started with my father, and I was 20 years old at the time. And he asked me, Roland, I'm thinking about buying a new car. He didn't tell me he was buying a DeLorean, of course. And he said, I'm interested in getting a car. And if I do decide to buy it, would you mind driving my Cadillac back? And I go, yeah, sure. And so, of course, my sister here, she joined me along with my dad. We went to Harris Oldsmobile, which is one of the dealerships that John DeLorean has acquired, or not acquired, but basically talked to the dealerships to do the program with. And sure enough, I saw a DeLorean in the showroom floor. And of course, okay, and it was coming to the front. Well, the one in the showroom was an automatic, and the one that they drove out into the front was a manual. And so, long story short, they took a test drive in the manual, and of course when that car came to be, and my sister and I were like looking at my dad and the salesman. I'm like, are you kidding me? This is great. I never thought my conservative dad would ever consider buying a DeLorean. Yes, let's go ahead and pass it over to Ron Ferguson, and then I'll come back, and then I'm going to go into my studio. I'll be right there.
Sounds good, Roland. Ron.
Hi.
How you doing?
All right. Let's see. Protocol is what got me involved with the car, blah, blah, blah. Okay. I remember seeing a particular movie in 1985, and it starred a particular car that I had already taken a fascination to. I remember seeing a copy of Road and Track. I don't remember what year it was. I'd like to find another copy of it. It had on the cover John DeLorean, and he was standing in front of what was to be the stainless steel car, of which he referred to as his ethical sports car. And I'm going, wow, this guy quit GM, and he's setting off to build his own car, and it's radically different. And I started thinking, business world, I don't know if that's going to pass or not. But I guess also being an engineer at the same time, I'm going, I'm really, really curious to see that. Then all of a sudden, hey, it's in the showroom. Which showroom? There's no DeLorean dealerships. Well, no, this one happens to be a Pontiac dealership. Oh, okay. Go there. They were allotted one. And they said, well, we have a lot of people inquiring about this car. you can't drive it unless you're ready to purchase it right now. And I'm thinking, okay, well, these guys know what they're doing. I don't have that kind of fun money right now, but I really, really was going to keep my eye on hopefully getting one someday. And going further and further, several years later, I'm driving to my dad's place. My dad's in the passenger seat, and what goes by? A DeLorean. And my dad mentioned, "Wow, I really like those cars." And a little light bulb went off in my head saying, I know what I'm going to try to get my dad for Christmas. And it took me quite a few months. I was traveling up and down, anywhere from Santa Barbara down to San Diego. And believe me, at that time, there was a lot of crap out there. I mean, I'd go ahead and test, with if the little window opens or closes and it wasn't moving, and the guy says, no, put the door up so that it's sideways, and then you can get the little window to open. And I'm thinking, well, that's not exactly what I would like to get in terms of integrity. Nonetheless, it was a place that was less than 2 miles from where my dad lives. And I was like, really? Is this really here? So I tell Dad, okay, Dad, I realize it's only 2 days to Christmas, but we should go look at something right now. Go there. He just lights up, beaming. Let's go take a test drive. Sure. And he goes, I like what you're thinking is for buying this car and getting involved with it. Ultimately, he says, well, it'll be our car, and he throws in the equal amount of money. We buy the car, and then it allows us to get involved with the SoCal DeLorean Club and also the DeLorean Owners Association, and ultimately the huge number of people in Southern California who like to get out and do things, especially parades with these cars. And socially, it was a great thing to do. And then that led into so many other stories, of which I could even tell you one right now, but you probably want to get into something else a little later. So that's my foray in terms of how I got started with the interest of being involved with a DeLorean motor car.
Thanks a lot, Ron. Appreciate that. All right, next up we have Chris Hogard, one of our DeLoreanTECH alumni, delivering the dream. How you doing, Chris?
Hey, doing good, Todd. Thanks, guys, for having me on. Wish I had a cool story about my DeLorean background, but my first purchase of a DeLorean came in 2019. I had what I call DeLorean goggles, which I think I mentioned that before, which was basically sometimes you see a car and you don't care what condition it's in. It could have mice, it could have a rusted frame, it could have a bad roof box, but in your eyes you see just a beautiful DeLorean. And that was my first car. I think I won't bore you guys, but I'm on car number 4 now. I currently own 2 DeLoreans. I own a manual and automatic. And that's crazy enough as it is, but my first, let me go back up. Let me go back up. So my first interaction with the DeLorean was basically watching Back to the Future. It was the first time I've ever seen a DeLorean, and I just fell in love with the car. Didn't know what it was, but even as a young kid back in the 80s, like I knew that one day I want to have a DeLorean. And that's basically, as a kid, I would draw pictures, I would do all those things, just daydream about the car. Even now, like I go out to the garage and I just stare at the car just because. It's one of those really weird DeLorean drugs. But yeah, so back as a kid, Back to the Future, that's how I knew about the DeLorean. But I didn't know anything about John DeLorean. I had no idea who he was. I never knew the name until, this is gonna probably crack you guys up, but basically there was a movie that came out in 1995 or 96, which was The People versus Larry Flint. And don't ask me why a young 12-year-old kid was watching that movie, but in that movie there's a scene where, Larry Flint, he basically has the tapes. And from that moment, I'm like, wait a second, DeLorean, isn't that a car? I had no idea that John DeLorean was a person that made the DeLorean car. So that kind of intrigued me to go, wait a minute, let me learn more about this person. As a kid, I wanted to know more about John DeLorean, his background, and that's basically how even now, like I'm reading his autobiography. Even now to this day, I'm still always searching the internet, learning new things and meeting new people. But so the Backstreet movie is what got me to know the car, and the movie People vs. Larry Flint was what introduced me to John DeLorean. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's
no,
it.
it's interesting. The history is so intriguing, right? The DeLorean legacy, the history of John DeLorean. There's so much, right? And so many books have been written. And I've tried to read them all. I still haven't read all of them yet, but I've got a pretty big collection. It's pretty amazing, right? Thanks a lot, Chris. Totally appreciate it. Dustin, how you doing, man?
Doing well. Thanks for putting this on, Todd. Cool idea.
Yeah, absolutely. And Dustin has appeared in many of our DeLoreanTECH videos. We've worked on his car, actually, in quite a few of them. And with Chris Miles here, and Chris Hogard probably as well. So his car has been heavily featured in DeLoreanTECH. Dustin has appeared on camera a few times here and there. We've got, over 600 videos, and you're probably in quite a few of those. So thanks for being here tonight, Dustin. Why don't you let us know how you got involved in the car? I know the whole story, but share it with the rest of us here.
Yeah, I'll give you a little synopsis. It's cool kind of hearing all your stories because I identify with a lot of bits and pieces of what you all are saying. I first saw the car, of course, in Back to the Future, but I remember being a kid coming home on the bus and I saw one at a stop sign. So when my mom came home from work, I let her know because as a kid, I just thought that's a movie prop like an X-Wing, or I really liked that movie Explorers where the kids built the spaceship out of junk. So I just thought it was a movie prop, but she told me, no, that's a real car. And I think that was probably the germ of me wanting to have one. And over the years, I kind of just manifested this thing into my life. I know a lot of you had said you never saw one in real life prior to owning it, but I would see them all the time. And in fact, I was driving my DeLorean and I went past an auto carrier with a DeLorean on it. And the driver looked down at me like, whoa, I bet he had to check his stock when he pulled into a truck stop. But what was I going to say? Yeah, even when I told my mom, she'd tell me, why would you want that car? It's junk. You'll never find parts for it. But you talk to this woman today, and one of the first things she'll tell you is, oh, my son has a DeLorean. So it's cool that she kind of shares in the pride that I have for the car, just as you guys all do. And I really enjoy the community and all the friends I made along the way. I know a lot of us stay in contact via chats, but it's good to see your faces today. And those of you I haven't met, it's good to see you as well. But aside from that, I was going to drop a bombshell. I'm coming back to California, so I leased an apartment. So you guys will see me soon in some more DeLoreanTECH videos.
Awesome. Yeah, looking forward to it, man. I had a feeling you weren't going to stay away too long.
Nah,
the Florida weather.
Yeah, I can't do the rain. I need that dry desert.
Yeah, no, I hear you. You talking about your mom. I remember, so both my parents sort of got me into DeLorean. And when I say DeLorean, I mean the car and the man, right? So my dad is a car guy, right? He's the one who sort of tuned me in, like I mentioned before. I didn't know the car was real until he said, that's a real car. You can actually buy that car. And like, we could buy that car? I was never able to talk him into getting one like Roland did, but eventually I finally got one. It took a long time. But my mom, she had the book, right? The DeLorean autobiography. And it was around the time when, the trial and all that kind of stuff. She was just really into all that drama. And so she was kind of told me about John and all this other stuff. And I was like, really? Wow. So as a kid, right, I did really understand a lot of that, right? And just kind of like thinking back as to those memories, though. But it was kind of interesting in the 80s, growing up in a household and a lot of discussions about DeLorean, not really understanding, like, again, the whole thing, but like I knew I wanted to have that car, though, right? And I didn't really get an appreciation for John himself until later on in life, right? But that car is really what pulled me in. And I remember spending many nights going through the classifieds of the newspaper, looking at listings for the DeLorean, right, in Southern California, and begging my dad to buy one. I remember seeing them. This is probably about '85. They're about $21,000, you know, and I couldn't get him to pull the trigger. So anyway, alrighty then. So we can probably go ahead and get started. I think we've introduced everyone who's going to be speaking, and so why don't we go ahead and open it up to our forum discussion. So we're going to have several areas to focus on. The first area that we want to focus on and speak to is John DeLorean's legacy, right? And his influence on the automotive industry, his innovations, his groundbreaking ideas. And maybe we'll start off with this question first, and I'll just kind of throw it out there. What do you all consider to be John DeLorean's most impactful innovation in the automotive world?
Maybe his desire to appeal to a younger market of car buyers wasn't catering to grandma anymore, and he kind of really pushed that muscle car and hot rodding idea.
Yeah, with the GTO. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, he really knew the pulse of what America and the world wanted in cars, and that's why he kind of got the nickname the father of the muscle car. You know, it's just something you always think about. You know, I remember I had a Trans Am. I grew up building Trans Ams, and just reading some of the books on Trans Ams, and his name's all over. You know, he's just anything about muscle cars and GM there, he's there.
Oh yeah, no, totally.
I had a buddy whose dad restored 2 GTOs, and I was still obsessed with the DMC-12 at that point, and he would always talk down on that car, but as an owner, when I brought it by the house, he was like gushing over it. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah,
And
it's
also-
always... Oh, go ahead.
Also, all his other stuff, you know, with the airbags, and then like how when he was involved with a couple of insurance companies in the States about like certain like signs on the road that he was like, no, they are too low. That's the reason why people get killed in car crashes. Like you have to put them higher. And there's just like so much about the guy. Besides, I mean, the cars are already like, if you go to a car show and then like 40-50% of the vintage cars, like the American cars, like he had something to do with them. And that's just like, who else has that besides like, you know, maybe like Colin Chapman, you know, who was also like an absolute, you know, incredible guy when it came to stuff like that. But then like John, like, yeah, you go to any car show and people know those cars and they love them. You know, it's not like, you know, like in today's world where pretty much most cars lost their identity. It's impossible. Like at least here in Germany, like 80% of the cars, they're either like dark gray, bright gray, and variations of black and whatever. And every car looks the same. Like if you take the badge off, sometimes it's impossible like to even see the difference between a Ferrari and like another one of those cars, because they all start to look the same. Even the new Corvette now looks like an Italian car. So it's like, you know, and like all his cars had an absolute like personality, like himself.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely.
You're gonna be the last group of people that look back to the day when you grew up with a car and loved it. I mean, what are kids gonna grow up to? You know,
Yeah.
look at any car built today and go, wow, man, I really wanted that. I'm gonna get it. You know, I just
No.
don't think it's gonna happen anymore.
No.
No, that's a good point. That's a good point, Danny. I mean, you know, and you see companies like you and I were talking about Lynx Motors, and we got a couple videos about Lynx Motors, right? And they want to take the DeLorean and turn it into an EV. Now we're talking about the vintage cars, right? And kind of bring that forward. I think the pricing though on that, $250,000 for a
Yeah,
quad
right.
motor EV, right?
Right.
And maybe John would have, you know, if John were around today and he was developing the car today, maybe that's the direction he would have gone in. But it kind of tells you that, hey, you know, we're just not going to build a car from scratch here, like some of these other companies. We're going to take the DeLorean and we're gonna modernize it, right? And but unfortunately, you know, it's not easy. And Lynx has, you know, they actually messaged me, I don't know, about a month ago. I've been trying to follow up to find out what's been going on because he did a few videos about that car, and unfortunately, it's on temporary hiatus. So I don't know what's going on there. You know, I feel like really John, you know, would have looked to something a little bit different as far as keeping the cars alive, and that's kind of where I turn to Josh now, right? On keeping these cars on the road, and what John would have wanted, and all of the work that Josh that you've done, you know, on the engineering aspect of it. You know, I'm an engineer. Josh, you're an engineer. I became an engineer because John DeLorean was an engineer. You know, and that's not a, you know, that's a true story, right? So I, you know, grew up, high school, loving the car. Started researching John DeLorean, kind of where his roots lied, right? So he was an automotive engineer. I knew I had to be one as well. Josh, I don't know if that's that was one of your influences in becoming an engineer or not, but any thoughts on the legacy of the DeLorean car and keeping these cars on the road?
Well, definitely my background as an engineer, there was always automotive influence there. It definitely merged with the DeLorean, especially at this point in time in my life. But maybe not when I was getting into it, but it certainly all came around nicely. But yeah, moving forward with the car, and in terms of keeping these cars on the road, I would say that Danny's keeping a lot more of them on the road than I am. And then of course in the community, you and Chris Miles, the more grassroots approach to it. But yeah, it's something that I think about a lot, is how can these cars, so we're you know, we've passed the 4-decade mark, we're going on 5 decades that these cars existed, and how can we make that happen all over again? You know, how can we get to 100 years? That sounds like a crazy number, but you know, almost halfway there. So I think it's really important that we're not super invasive to what these cars are. And I'm not knocking like time machine builds or anything like that, but you know, like chopping things in half and stuff like that takes another car out of circulation. But and not trying to be a purist or anything, but I've seen it echoed a lot in the community too, where we're caregivers or custodians of the car. So with the work that I do, I'm trying my best to not be invasive with things, but certainly bridge the gap between people that maybe take like the two sides of John DeLorean, like the muscle car side of John DeLorean and what the DeLorean is, you know, maybe make it more into that sports car name. So
can I echo the remarks that you made, Josh? So I'm a mechanical engineer by trade, and one of the things that I firmly believe in is something you said. And Rich here, he takes body parts on damaged cars. So it's a different story. He could tell his side, but it took me longer to put together my time machine, and I was quite proud of it. I think only several of us at the time when I had put together the time machine had the ability to do a non-invasive build. That was extremely important to me. It doesn't mean that everybody has to do it. It's just the way I felt about it. This guy over here is the one who dragged into me. You don't want to really, if you could live with not tempering or messing with a body panel permanently, don't do it. So it took me a little while longer to develop a time machine that was non-invasive, but I could tear my DeLorean time machine apart within about 2.5 to 3 hours and make it a regular DeLorean. The back part, everything's in there. All I need to do is basically put the louvers back on. So as far as carrying forth the marquee, yeah, keeping the cars row is important. I believe that it's important if you're going to keep it, try to keep them in as standard condition if you can. Now, Rich could speak to it differently because Rich has a tendency to work on cars that may have been dismembered or disbodied. So he has an approach that's slightly different, building new cars out of components.
Well, yeah, and of course, I'll have to mention that Tom had a lot of extra time building his car because it took so long for the Cubs to win the World Series.
Oh,
so, and that's,
it was only a year off the movie, Rich.
Well,
it's only 100 years. My God, it's a big deal.
Still trying there.
Why am I here with this guy anyway?
Anyways, that's basically when we're looking at a couple of different options, we're looking. I've always looked for the option that caused the least amount of issues for the most amount of people. So if we had accident damaged car or a fire damaged car, these are the ones that I gravitated to because I was using them for particular projects, and I was trying to accumulate parts for those projects for a long time. I wasn't even sure I was going to be able to get the parts that I needed, and then of course along came Chris Nicholson, and that was a great assistance as far as being able to fabricate the parts that we didn't have or we couldn't easily make. So a lot of these stories are long stories, but they also came from the start where a few of these concepts were just scribbled onto a couple pieces of paper or on a napkin and shown to John DeLorean at the 2000 convention we had outside of Cleveland. And that's probably where most of the trouble started.
Yeah, that definitely started it all, Rich. Definitely.
Eric.
Hey, can I add something, you guys? I wanted to add to how I got into this, and Rich, it kind of, you talking sparked this whole thing. My dad brought me to see the movie at Woodfield Mall. I don't know if any of you guys remember Woodfield Mall when there was a theater outside, but I was getting a bicycle made for me. It was a Spider-Man bike. It was my first bicycle that didn't have training wheels on it from Toys R Us. And at that time, you could go to that store, buy your bike, and they would have some kid build it. Well, they told my dad it'll be 3 hours to build this bike. So my dad, who was an engineer, who worked for nuclear power plants at the time, I only saw my dad maybe one weekend out of every month. So this weekend he had come down and decided to buy me a bike. So I was super excited to be around my dad. So he bought me this Spider-Man bike. And then while they were building the bike, he took me to Woodfield and said, hey, let's go watch a movie. And I had seen Back to the Future being advertised in whatever magazine my dad happened to be hiding in his desk at the time. So I was like, I'm going to go see that movie. So we go see Back to the Future. And obviously, I was born in 1977, so I'm 47 now, whatever. At that point, I saw that movie and my entire life was screwed from there on out. And movie ended, and I remember walking out of the theater and I said, Dad, let's sell your Jaguar and go buy a DeLorean. And so he had a XKE at the time, and he loved that car. And he goes, yeah, I'll tell you what, why don't you save your money and you buy one? So at the time, I was just happy that my dad actually did buy me a Spider-Man bike. But I did save my money, pennies at the time, cutting grass, worked at a bike shop in 4th grade and here on out. But anyway, I didn't buy my DeLorean on the same path that a lot of people bought it. I ended up building all these other cars and doing all this other crap. I ended up flipping my Honda Civic over, ended up on the roof and, destroyed it. But I ended up buying my buying my DeLorean only because my dad reminded me, hey, instead of fixing up that car you wrecked, why don't you go buy this silver car? And so I ended up going backwards here, I ended up calling John DeLorean when I was a kid because his phone number was listed in the yellow pages. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
He never unlisted it. So before I met Rich, before I met Tamir, before I met any of these guys, I just called John DeLorean as a kid because I also liked engineering. My father was an engineer, at a lot of engineers in my family, but John DeLorean was one of these weird guys that just answered the phone at the time. It's not like today where somebody else answered the phone and you just, you have to leave a message. John answered his phone. And so when I was a kid, I just called John DeLorean. I opened the yellow pages, John DeLorean was listed, and the guy answered the phone. And so here I am, a kid. Hi, John. I just wanted to ask you some questions about the stainless steel and blah, blah, blah. The guy never had a problem answering the phone. And so for years, I just, out of nowhere, would just pick up the phone. My mom would be like, did you do your homework? I'd be like, yeah, I'm done. And I would go in the other room and I would sit there and I would dial the number. And John would answer the phone for as long as I wanted to talk to him. And when I finally wanted my own car, he ended up putting me in touch with one guy that happened to have a car that was, I told John, I'm like, I want a brand new one. He's like, you will never find one that's never been sold, but I know of a guy who will help you find one. And that's how I ended up meeting Rich and Tamir and everybody else. Don Gowler was the guy that helped me find my car. He was the president of the Midwest Connection. And when I met Don, I don't know if any of you guys, I know Rich, you do. Don, to me, looked just like John DeLorean. But before I actually met John in person, when I met Don, he was a dead ringer for this guy. And if he would have said, I'm John DeLorean's brother, I would have believed it. But he helped me find my car. And next thing I know, I buy my car. And then, Rich, remember that show, the British car show? When I met Rich, it was because I had been talking so much stuff. And they introduced me to Rich. And the two of us, it was like two asteroids collide. And what I thought was crazy, and Rich and I just, everything went to hell and beyond. And my house ended up being known as purgatory. And everything that was capable of a DeLorean ended up in my backyard. The limousine, you name it. Rich.
Or in the basement.
Yeah, it was incredible. But all the stuff that I thought was DeLorean, I mean, like I went to the library. This is before the internet. I went to the library, and I hate to say it, but I stole Stainless Steel Illusion. I didn't steal it, technically. I just never returned it. I paid for it. But I took Stainless Steel Illusion out, and I looked at it. And as soon as I saw that frame and that naked DeLorean, there was nothing else. I would have quit my job to stare at that photo for 24 hours a day. And my fiance at the time, she was like, what are you doing? And I'm like, I'm taking this to Kinko's. I got to get this photo blown up. I got to figure out exactly how they built the damn car. And I was obsessed. And thankfully, Rich came along. And next thing I know, he basically was like the, I'm not going to say the drug dealer of the DeLorean world.
The Godfather?
Yeah. Whatever I wanted to do, Rich also wanted to do. So I didn't feel so psychotic at the point. So, but thankfully when we were in Cleveland, that was when I felt normal, when I met the majority of all the rest of you guys. And Ken Konsulik, when he showed up missing the torsion rod, that's, I think, when I started feeling bad for those of us that were losing parts or missing parts. Because when he lost that torsion rod on the way up there, you remember that, Rich?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's when all of a sudden everything was like, don't throw anything away.
Yep.
There's a torn up panel or a missing part or whatever else. I got 3 bedrooms in my house. I'm going to start putting everything that everybody thinks is garbage into the bedroom. And my girlfriend, remember Marnie?
Oh, yeah.
She's like, what is this? I'm like, it's a broken windshield. She's like, why do you have it? I'm like, I don't know. But it might come in handy, you know?
It did.
Yeah. But I mean, I'm sorry, you guys, I'll take up forever with the stories that I have for Rich, but I'll tell you right now, that limousine that he's still working on, when it was in my backyard, I still have photos, Rich. There were 8 engine hoists, 2, I'm going to just say it was 2 circus tents in the backyard, and what looked like a floating DeLorean, 3 underbodies hovering in the backyard in a house. in the backyard of Arlington Heights. My backyard had 3 DeLoreans hovering, and we were manipulating these things around. And the D-Rex is sitting in my driveway at the time, and the convertible, and like 8 other DeLoreans that were there. But anyway, I could keep going.
Do you want to transition?
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely transition, because I could go forever.
That's so amazing. I passed John DeLorean's house a couple of times in 97, 98, because like I knew a girl that lived in Bedminster, and then also she came from, like music background, and she was like, did you know that the guy that built Ace's car lives like 5 minutes away from here? And we passed that place a couple of times, and then another friend of mine also came from Germany to visit, and I also told him, look, that's where the guy lives that built Ace's car. And he was like, well, maybe we should ring at the house. And I was like, I'm not sure, because we all had, like, at that point, like, my left side of my hair was like black and the other side was white blonde, and we always had like spiked up hair, like, like I looked like a cross between Marilyn Manson and Nikki Sixx or something, and my friend as well. So we were like, yeah, maybe it's not a good idea, like, if guys like us ring at the guy's door and be like, hey, you're the guy that built the Ace car. And he probably would have had no idea that, maybe he did, because actually when Ace got chased by the police, it was also in the New York area. So I'm sure like he saw that on the news, like, oh my God, like, what are they doing with my cars? But
You probably would have enjoyed it.
We were too afraid. I mean, we were pretty much never afraid of anything, but then we were like, no, we cannot ring the doorbell,
So, Rich, the DeLorean limo, the convertible, D-Rex, and I think you get a time machine, right?
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah, I'll go and share the screen here. 1 moment. Keep talking, Rich. I'll share the screen.
All right. Yeah, the time machine is actually the one and only full-scale, full-size, 1-to-1 scale fiberglass Back to the Future car that remains, from what I understand. The others that were in the movie were later destroyed or disposed of once they kind of rotted out in the UV out in the back lots. So this one was made from the fiberglass one was made from the original molds from a company called Code One. They did a number of props for movies, back in the 70s and 80s. And so that it is a little bit unique in that you look at different features on the car, such as the little bump in the door where the door lock is supposed to be. It looks exactly the same in the movie, in the alley, when you see the car going up and down in the alley with Doc in there. You'll see that little bump on the door because it's a fiberglass door, and they never detailed the lock by painting it. So some unique characteristics about that. There are a number of different projects that Todd mentioned. One of them in particular that now I'm not. Now I'm going to talk about the DeLorean limousine. This is a project that's been around for quite some time. It's actually the 25th anniversary of the DeLorean limousine project since I started it from scratch and from drawings that I had shown John back at the convention in 2000. So it's a lot of fits and starts, where you work with it for a while and life intervenes, and then you have to shelve things. My tea's gone cold, I'm wondering why I got out of bed. That's Tom. He gets emotional about this. Basically, we got a situation now where we're at the 25th anniversary of the initial plans, drawings, and the build process for the frame with Pierce Design. And we've made some significant progress in the last 6 months. And I'm happy to say 2025 is going to be the year that Eric and I actually get to drive this thing around. This has been waiting for such a long long time.
That's right. So that the car wasn't actually drivable for the longest time, right? Like it didn't. I don't know. It didn't have a motor in it, or what?
Yeah.
It was at my wedding, though, Rich. You made it there.
That's true.
You were the motor.
That's me sitting in the seat making the brum 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 sound while they're taking pictures at Eric's wedding. And Eric's wedding is actually one of the few weddings that I actually have taken the car to for posing pictures, kind of background. And it was also raining that day. Hooray! So it made it extra fun. But yeah, we've made quite a bit of progress since then. That was 2012. And that was same year that we did the full exterior display down in Florida at DCS 2012. And then a number of other car shows came up, and that's when it started getting a lot more popularity out on the net. And eventually we came down to several different options that we were going to try, and we've been doing this on and off since day one, trying to figure out what we're going to do as far as we wanted to go with something that was going to be the best way to power the DeLorean limo 25 years into the future. So this is what we came up with. We actually came up with a plan where we were either going to go with some type of an engine swap, and we looked at a number of different ones, and then there were a number of different complexities that come into running any type of a combustion engine with a very long accelerator mechanism, whether it's a fly-by-wire or whether it's something that needs to be extended for shifting purposes, braking purposes. So the decision was finally made last year, and we pulled the trigger and we went with the Tesla 3 drivetrain
EV
on the limo.
All right.
So that's what's been in progress for the last probably 6-7 months or so. There's a number of reasons why we went with that, and I'll save that either for another show with Todd, and we'll go over it in detail. But I figured since the people were starting to talk about it a little bit more, and we've had the vehicle over at DMC Midwest doing some work there. I figured there'd be enough questions that'll be coming out, certainly now after the holidays, what's going on, what we're doing, and, when can I see it? when can we see it actually move on its own? And all will be soon. All will be soon.
Exciting news.
So my question, and I don't think John got to see these creations of yours, right?
He got to see most of the sketches.
Okay.
So I did not have them with me because ye of little faith. I did not believe Ken Konslik when he said he was really, really going to have John DeLorean at the show this time. He had always been trying to do that. That was one of his major goals, was to get John to the show and then have him return to the show. So he got one of those two wishes, and John made it out to the show, and I had nothing with me, so I had to sit in the room probably on the second day of the convention and recreate all the sketches that I had that I wanted John to see. And I was able to show him most of the ones that I had worked on previously, and already kind of came to a conclusion that this is workable as far as my capabilities were. I just wanted to confirm from him, what are your thoughts? Do you think this is cool? Do you think I should try it? And for the most part, it was the same answer for each one of them. Is he looked at it and said, "You think you can do it? Do it. and he thought he thought the projects were cool.
Awesome. Yeah, that was gonna be my question. What did John think about these? What was his favorite, if he had one?
His favorite, actually, according to Catherine, his favorite was the D-Rex.
All right.
And the D-Rex was the only one that was 100% complete at the time, so that might have something to do with it. But when they had the custom DeLorean award presented by John DeLorean, was actually presented by Catherine at the 2002 show. Catherine actually called John and went through the whole lineup, described everything that was there, and when Catherine came up, to present the award, she said, "Out of all the cars here, Dad said he liked the truck." so that's when the DeLorean 4x4 was first dubbed the truck. So
yeah, take a look at that 4x4. That is hot.
Exactly.
Had to get that in there. Had to get that in there.
Well, that's heavy, actually, is what he would have said.
It's heavy too.
Maybe
It's so fun to drive.
Yeah, and I know you guys got a chance to drive it out in California back in 2012.
Yeah.
That was another trip I made. Doing a it was a pilot for a TV show, and Danny was nice enough to get some things prepped for me before we got the car out to the studio and out to the racetrack. We had to get things ready so we could actually fit Christopher Lloyd in the back of the car. Yes, I'm saying the back of the car. So they wanted to put him on the parcel shelf. So we actually removed the side windows on the DeLorean. So he was able to crawl in the back over there, stick his head out one window and stick his feet out the other window. So
that never got shown anywhere, did it? Because I've never seen it.
Actually, it never got past the pilot screening, except for somebody who apparently knows this young lady who was she was playing the crazy girl in in this TV series. I have it up on DMC Talk, so if you look for it,
okay, I'll look for it.
It's actually up there. It's kind of low resolution. I think Marty McDougal, I think her name was, or who was playing one of the parts in there. So he had must have known somebody. That's the only thing I could figure, because all of her clips for that particular series are available. So he must have known somebody or got to know somebody real well and got the clips released. So you can actually see it for the first time. That only took, I think it was 13 years before it got released. And it came out, I forget when it was. It was right around Christmas time. I was busy doing other things, but then I said, I'm going to sit back, relax. I'm going to do my regular every other 6 months or whatever. I would look for that to see if I could find it somewhere, and sure enough, it is out there.
Okay.
So if Tom was not playing over here, we could probably find the link for you. And put it
yeah,
out
send me
there,
a link, that'd be great.
And everybody could do that. I'll do that to keep them busy.
I want you guys to hear this thing. Here, listen to this. Sorry. I think that sounds.
Danny didn't have to hear it; he lived it. So,
right. So go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Yeah, no. Short of that, if you have any questions for Rich, there's a video that we put together that we thought you guys may want to see. It was a tribute to John Zachary DeLorean. But let's finish off the questions for Rich's limo, if you have any.
Or any of the other projects. I mean, again, most of them are still in that process. There's a good chance that the convertible will now end up being one of the recipients of the engines that were originally designated to put in the limo, either normally aspirated or it was going to be either a turbo or supercharged version. that was going to go in there. Now those engines are going to be available to put something in the convertible and get that going. So the prop car did have a problem with one of the spindle hubs. I need to get that rewelded back on there, and that'll be back out on the rental circuit, so to speak, with some of the other cars being available to rent for different type of events, or I don't know, birthday parties. We've had them all. So
well, it's the 40th year of Back to the Future. I think they'd be like to be driven around.
Yeah, I think they're going to get a little bit more busy this year. So,
how many people can you hold in the limo?
Well, right now the way it's configured, I had to make a couple of decisions on that to make sure we had the proper safety involved. So what we have right now is we have the two seats in the front cabin area, which are basically like a regular DeLorean seating. We have DeLorean seating all the way in the back, in the rear of the passenger cabin. In the front of the passenger cabin, we have two other DeLorean seats that are facing rearward, and in the middle of the two sets of seats in the passenger area, we have a couple of folding seats. So they're like 3/4 size seats that you would normally find in like a F-150 extended cab pickup or whatever, that are mounted to the side cab. They fold down. They also have like built-in cup holders and stuff like that. So it kind of became a dual purpose thing where we could actually put the seat down and then fold the seat, and you have cup holders for the other two areas in case you're only using 4 passengers. So you can put anywhere from 5 to 7 passengers plus the driver.
All right.
Maybe future DCS, a little road trip with the limo. That'd be great.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna have to look at range. Of course, there's a lot of things that had to go into it, and because we kind of accelerated the project quite a bit last fall and winter, we did have to make some concessions on the battery pack that we were ending up using. So we have the easy ability to upgrade with it, but we also went with a smaller battery pack since we were going to be doing a lot more testing, since we wanted to know the exact range we were going to be able to get under certain weather conditions, certain times of the year, middle of winter, like now, if you get a full charge, how far can you go, that type of stuff. So there's still a lot of testing that still has to go into it, but it's fully functional. Suspension works, no bottoming out. We have special set of tires that are on front and back. They're basically light duty or light truck tires that are in very close proximity to the measurements for the stock wheels and tires, and they have twice the carrying capacity. So right now there's plenty of flexibility, plenty of extra room, that we know that we're not going to have issues with cornering or just carrying load maximum capacity. So what was the other piece? Batteries. Yeah. So the springs. Oh yes, tires. Yeah. So that's pretty much it. I mean, all that stuff is going to be tested as a combined set. Now it's going to be what is going to be considered the phase 1 complete version of it. So we just bolted some additional seats in there now. We're playing with the different types of carpeting, yada, all of that stuff. It'll be a fairly bare bones type of limousine, and kind of a bring your own. So there'll be plenty of plugins for everything. So if you have your iPads and everything else You can bring those along with. There's not going to be a lot of standard stuff that you would normally find in a DeLorean limousine because it is the one and only.
Not a stock bar, you're saying. Okay.
Right. So bring plenty of drinking products for yourself.
Hey, Rich. Chris here. We actually met at DCS a couple years back. I had a quick question for you. I work in the film industry in Los Angeles, and a production supervisor that I work with, she was working on the Budweiser Super Bowl commercial last year. And I know your car was the inspiration for that commercial, and she would reach out to me to try to get a hold of you. I was just curious, did anyone from Budweiser, any people from production try to reach out to you about possibly getting your car in the commercial?
It's a good question because there were a lot more advertising people calling rather than actual Budweiser folks. At least that's from my understanding. So anytime I tried to speak to somebody from Anheuser-Busch, I wasn't able to get in contact directly with them, but I was in contact with the ad agency that was doing that request. That started way back in November. And so that was November 23 that started.
They wanted to actually shoot it 5 weeks later in California. I received a separate request for a rental of a limousine through a third party that was actually working with the director, producer to help put the video together. And then lo and behold, about a week and a half after we put together the quotes on all of it, they took a stock DeLorean and took the pictures that I had submitted, that Rich gave me, that I had submitted to that crew. And lo and behold, those pictures were used to create an extended DeLorean. There's no ifs, ands, buts about it. There's only one thing, Rich. You don't have a sunroof in yours like they have in the commercial.
It is designed for 2 sunroofs.
So it's not there yet. So anyway, but
well,
yeah,
neither was theirs.
It was a very, during that month between November and December, Rich and I were trying to figure out how we were going to get the limousine out to California within a 3-week period because they needed to shoot. Remember, Super Bowl's end of January. They had to get the production shot done in December. So we were reached out to at the 3rd week in November, and we were needed to get the DeLorean, the limousine out there. I think it was December 5th or the 7th. So we were running around like crazy getting it ready. And of course, you know what they did? They rented out Eric Sanchez's, or Mr. Sanchez's DeLorean and extended it in 3D. We were rather taken aback by that and all the parties that were involved. We have a sense for who was involved. It's unfortunate in the community because we can't stick together. But anyway, it's a sorrow tale. But for the next limousine commercial that you guys need, there will be a real one. You don't need to create a 3D model of it. Rich's car is available.
Well, yeah, that definitely is sad to say. I mean, I didn't work on that specific production, but sad to say, I mean, in the film industry all the time, I can't count how many times we get people wound up, get people excited, have them do all this work to do something, and then we go a totally different direction. So that doesn't surprise me. I'm sorry to hear that.
Sure, yeah, but there's other aspects of it too, like we mentioned, the fact that we did supply detailed photographs
that we didn't share to anybody else at the time,
and that they reproduced it exactly the same, and it was the exact same dimensionally, exact same
the
number
aspect
of doors.
ratios were the same.
Everything,
yes.
When you looked at it from this angle, it looked like this. From this angle, it looked like this. So yeah, it was, and the fact that there were, multiple options given at that point to work either with the car in its original form or work with it in a combination of original and CGI, or just to license the CGI, image of it. There was enough small, tiny, detailed changes that were made, like we were talking about the sunroof, that there would not be a reasonable case to bring bring anything forward, especially with the resources that were involved.
Yeah, with the resources we had, we were taking it very seriously. Nobody had known that in the background, things we couldn't talk about. But nonetheless, the only thing I think at this point would have been nice if there would have been an acknowledgement of some sport, whether it be
sports car stretching,
not necessarily the beer company, but just somebody just suggesting, hey, the concept, the idea, the art form itself had originated with this gentleman. There was nothing to that effect. And we went over and beyond to try to accommodate their quote. We went over and beyond in trying to getting the limo to California. And it was a lot of work on our behalf. And there was nothing, not a penny, not a thank you, just a sorry, we're not using you. And as you guys are aware, you can compare what's in the Bud Light commercial. And as a matter of fact, Todd, you have a video that you can probably share right now. But we were too busy working with legal to actually do what you did. And we thank you for that, Todd, showing that. But I wanted to take it a step further to do the comparison. But it is what it is. I just wish Rich, as hard as he's worked over 20 years, for somebody to just take the idea and run with it and not get a penny from it, nor even just a complimentary thank you.
And with all the other things going on with Anheuser-Busch over the last 2 years and the way they've not exactly supported their customer base with the products in a manner that you would think that they would do. We're in full support of the customer base.
Anyway, sorry guys for taking all your time to talk about it, but we appreciate you guys listening. It was been a real sour subject for us. Very tough time for us during that time. But now the car's going to be available this year, so we can't wait for the opportunities. Bring them to us.
Yeah, I'm actually sharing that video you mentioned, Tom, right now. That little,
are you really? Okay,
yeah,
sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
Stop sharing now.
on the stream. So yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Well, there were just a couple things that, unless you guys want to talk about, there were a couple things we wanted to talk about. One was I wanted to talk to Zach, and Zach wasn't able to make it today, Zach DeLorean. And there were some things that he wanted to say. But I think it's better, when you're done sharing that video, let me know, Todd.
All done.
What's that?
All done.
Okay, great. Well, first of all, I'd like to say to everybody that was at the 2023 DCS, thank you. It was great having you there. It's great having you guys come out. Todd, thank you so much for helping with the video and really being very supportive. It's important that we as a community stay together. I've been a community member for 32 years. Rich is about 35 plus. So we've got to stick together. Great picture of us here at the DCS from 23. I think you like this one, right? Is this the one you had wanted to see? Here's a good shot of you guys. And we had some fun at 23. And so with that in mind, I want to share some of the things that Zach DeLorean can't say now. When I texted Zach and I talked to him about, what the DeLorean legacy is, he knows it better than anybody. So I think it's best at this point if I share a video that you may or may not have seen. Todd, you did an excellent job on this, by the by, I must say. And what I like to do is like to share at this time.
This is just a small piece of it.
Yeah, 3 minutes of what Zach said at the show. So let me know when you guys see the screen, and then I'm going to hit play.
Yeah, go ahead.
Kind of what the marquee means to Zach.
So there was about 3 minutes. There's about 3 minutes, 2 minutes, and 3 minutes. I want to basically speak on behalf of Zach by just presenting the video that he had. All right, guys?
There was DeLorean Motor Company, right? Like the car. So, he was like Mick Jagger of the Rolling Stones, right? I mean, he's the front man of the whole thing. And for people to think that they can just go out there and do what he did, I think is completely insane. I just do. I mean, outside, and you'd say what you want about Elon Musk, but I mean, Elon Musk didn't have the charisma that my father had, but he's really like the only other person I know since my dad that went out and produced a car. Everybody else, like General Motors, Ford, Chrysler, all those guys, the guys, the CEOs today were the same CEOs back in 1940, 1950, in my opinion. You know, when I first, in the documentary, when we were checking out the DeLorean at the end of the street, Tamir opened up the engine compartment. Man, you could stick 2 V12s in that thing. And I also know for a fact that as the cars were coming off the line, they were also already having, I don't know if there were blueprints or things drawn up for it, but my father was already thinking about putting like a bigger turbocharged engine in the car. And the car hadn't even been in production for 2 years. So that's the DeLorean legacy. It's not having this like blinders on. It has to be this way, the DeLorean legacy. This is what the car was. And to me, that's just kind of, you know, it's the guy created the GTO, for Christ's sake. And you're going to sit here and tell me that he wasn't going to put a bigger engine in it. He wasn't going to modify stuff. I mean, if that car company had succeeded today, he'd probably have a 4-door sedan with like twin turbo V12 in it, for Christ's sake. I mean, I just had it. The part of me coming up here was to kind of set the record straight, to represent my father's legacy, the DeLorean name.
That's kind of him speaking to the legacy. I kind of wanted to play just a little bit of this too. Todd, are we okay on time? I just want to play another 2 minutes.
Oh yeah, we're super good on time.
Okay, because, you know, Todd, you put together these great videos. The problem is that this is such a long interview. This is at DCS 23 where I had interviewed Zach. And so this is about 2 hours. So we're picking up those snippets that I think really are relevant to us as a community and how we need to stick together. And Zach says it so well. And I'll let this continue on here and stop talking.
And so, like, my heart is a lot warmer towards all aspects of the group, of the car, of the history, of everything. And I don't think that would have happened had I not come up here in 21. And so when Rich threw it by me, and then we, you know, I was like, yeah, man, I'll come back up. You know, I didn't know still really what I was walking into, but, you know, I was kind of hoping to see some of the faces that I met last time, you know, some of you guys, and, you know, DeLorean, Ohio, man, I met the owners of, you know, the shop, man, and they're just awesome people. You know, she was so nice to me, Mike was nice to me, and it's not because I'm John's son, I just think they're that kind of people, you know? I mean, Jesus Christ, how many people they have there, and they cooked all that food for everybody. Oh, I wouldn't do that. You know, it's like BYOB, man, you know? So, you know, you guys really, like, you guys are just good people, just good-hearted American people that work hard, that love the car, that love my father, love the legacy. And that's why I took you know, I was like, I have to come up here and deal with the issues that I initially first talked about. Because I think that you guys, you know, somebody from my family should probably say something about it to you and to the community and represent. You know, let you know that I'm not necessarily on board with everything. Everybody might be, but I'm not, you know. And, you know, I feel a sense of responsibility to the car, to you guys, and to my father to do what I can to come up and answer questions and meet people and be open and honest about, you know, how I view things and what I see and what I've been through, what I think my father went through, you know. So that's kind of like over the last 2 years of kind of how I ended up back up here.
So guys, those of you that met Zachary DeLorean will find, and you guys know, an incredible down-to-earth guy. And we were bestowed with that honor and privilege to have him at DCS too. And it was a great time for those of you who were able to attend. There was one final snippet here. I'll play this and it'll be the end of it. And then I'm going to show you a tribute video that we had made this morning for Zach's dad.
Is like I'm getting my history back. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys. In my head, it makes sense what I'm thinking, but I feel like I've had so much taken from me. And then when I come to these events and I see some of the footage in the documentaries, like pieces of the puzzle are starting to kind of come together and fit together. And it was weird because almost 20 years now, I think it'll be 20 years, 2025, 20 years that my father will have passed. And then like right now, the car's 40 years old. And it has had a huge impact on society. I mean, not society at large, but it has had a huge impact on society. And I think I was saying to you guys was that, like, you know, he accomplished what he set out to do, which was to help people. And, you know, so Terry and Oliver buy the car, they dress it up, Back to the Future, they tour around, they raise money. You know, like he's had kind of an indirect impact on that. And, you know, and like I said to you, man, I think that DMC was a big fuck you to General Motors and the entire auto industry. And my father was a very quiet guy, tall guy, skinny guy. It's just in his words, he was just a tall, skinny white guy trying to make it in the world. And, you know, in that kind of like the last couple of days, this had a weird effect. So, you know, it doesn't surprise me that somehow, some way, in some bizarre twist of fate in the universe that, you know, Terry and Oliver have raised $1 million by driving one of my dad's cars around dressed up as a time machine, man. I mean, it's like, you can't make this stuff up. So, you know, and I think that's all he ever wanted to do. All he ever wanted to do was build a safe, economical car that everybody around the world could drive and enjoy and have it look good and not be some piece of crap on the road. And he's done it. You know, they tried to fucking break him. They took everything he had. He was bankrupt. I think he may have had like $50,000 maybe sitting in a bank account, you know, and here it is 40 years later. It's still going. So you say you had this.
All right, guys. So I wanted to share the interview that I had with Zach. It's very telling. I think it's inspirational. There's one last thing. Unless you guys got some comments, I'm going to play one last video.
Quick one.
Yeah, this is basically this morning put this together. Kind of our last minute tribute to Zach's dad, John DeLorean. So here it is. All right, guys, thank you so much. Thanks for listening to everything we had to say. We appreciate your time. If you have any questions, by all means, appreciate everything. Keep things going, guys. Let's keep these cars rolling down the road.
Thanks a lot, Tom. Thanks a lot, Rich. Totally appreciate that.
Sure.
Yeah, so a few of us here were actually at DCS 2023. That interview was a lot longer than just 2 hours, though. So there was a lot of footage that we had to cut out. It is what it is, but yeah, thanks for sharing that. You know, he brings up a lot of good points, right? And and one of the things that towards the end, I wanted to talk about was the future of the DeLorean car, right? And he brought that up. What is the legacy? What is the future of these cars? And it really, in that interview, he was speaking to the LS swaps that Josh is doing. Is really kind of what, and I talked to Zach at Midwest, and that's really what he envisions the future of these cars is, at least to keep them on the road. Now, there's obviously the PRV is a great engine. I love my car. Mine's a completely stock car. About the only thing I've done was add the cold air intake, and then I got a stainless steel airbox with Chris Miles that I love. Other than that, it's pretty stock as far as the motor goes. Now, I've done a bunch of other stuff, and you guys pretty much know what I've done. But eventually, that motor is going to give out. It may not be in my lifetime. Maybe my son is going to have to deal with that, right? So, Josh, any thoughts on that? And then Zach sort of alluding to, hey, this being the future. And it's, we say, engine swaps, right? Like, that's kind of that kind of gets to folks, right? Especially the purists out there. But it's really engine replacements, engine upgrades. Like, I upgraded the suspension. Nobody talks about, that stock DeLorean suspension is the best thing. You can't do that. You can't put KWs on there. You can't put DPI's suspension on there, right? No, everybody does it, right? That's the thing. But when you start talking about LS swaps and just DeLorean engine swaps, it can be sort of a little sensitive topic, I guess. That's kind of my... Any thoughts on that?
Well, I have a thought. Well, very good, Todd. Well, so far this panel and the presentations have been absolutely fantastic and rich. Just thank you very much for all that you do, both you and Tom, for all the work that you have done with DCS and, of course, the DeLorean community. Like I said before, I'm kind of blessed. I've been involved with the DeLorean, for over 40, how long now? 42 years now. So 82, it'll be 43 coming up in this coming October when my dad got the car. And the funny part is that, I was 20 years old and I got pretty much indirectly involved with the car. I was the one that was, washing it, for my dad and all that. And of course, then the time in 2013 when my dad just said, I'm having trouble pushing the clutch. And that's when it turned hands to me. And it's just been a fantastic ride. And not only that, I'll tell you, from high above, I've been greeted, with the DeLorean community. I did briefly spoke with Ed Bernstein way back when in the 80s, and pretty much I called him and I wanted to buy something for my dad. I wanted to buy a technical manual. And the first thing he said is, "What is your VIN number?" So I just said, VIN number. And then he just kind of like, thank you very much. And that was it.
About my first experience with him.
What was that?
That was my first experience with him.
Yeah. And so my dad and Ed were like great friends. They were terrific. They had the same persona. But as I grew with the DeLorean over the years, and of course acquired the car, and next thing I know, I became part of the board for the DeLorean Owners Association. And I'll tell you, it's just been a great ride, and talking about people doing engine swaps and people just doing some great things with their car. And that's what this car is. It's living a dream. It's an owner's car, and the people that are just doing these wonderful projects. And you're right. The PRV is such a great engine, and like Danny always said, it's a great oil. It's a great oiler. But you see people just finding out that they buy DeLoreans, and the next thing you know, there's rocks in the cooling system, and they end up replacing the engine. And you're seeing all these wonderful different modifications. And as a matter of fact, there was a Tesla powered DeLorean, I believe, out there. It's been terrific. But the owners themselves, I'll tell you, some people say, well, why don't you bring the DeLorean Owners Association above? And that's never been my plan. My plan is to keep this wonderful community that we have, this wonderful, we're all in this one same plane, and we're all sharing information. We're always learning from each other, and and what we should be doing is doing a lot of social events and a lot of getting togethers and getting back to expos again. And of course, now we landed DeLorean Expo coming up in 2026, and David Mathers will be leading the charge for DeLorean Eurofest. That's coming up in June of 2026. So mark your calendars. We got the website up and it shows the date. And so we're now making plans to make that happen, keep that tradition going. But other than that, it is truly an owner's car. And of course, with 4516, that's my VIN. She's just been one terrific ride, and continues to be a terrific ride. It just took her out a couple of weeks ago with my wife. We did a nice night tour, with Dee, and it was great. So thank you very much, Todd, for doing this. This has just been such an experience.
Yeah, absolutely, Roland. And so I've been monitoring the chat here. Marty DMC12 talking about Ed Bernstein. Everyone complained about Ed and his way of doing things, but I've never heard anyone ever complain about the quality of his work. I miss Ed and the old days of the DOA.
And I miss that too. And I'll tell you, when I took helm with the presidency, that's when the pandemic hit. And that changed all of us. It changed how we did things, how we, got together as people for the 2.5 years that we did. And so now here we are in 2025, and basically trying to get things rolling again, get more expos out there, get people I'll tell you right now, not just the community, our community itself, but just the general public, just from the feedback that I'm getting through the DOA channels, the people are just so hungry just to see a DeLorean up close. And whether it be, at a child's birthday party, or they're reaching out and say, I like to see a DeLorean up close. And this is the opportunity when I know there's a Cars and Coffee happening or an event that's happening. Perfect opportunity, to showcase our cars and show our cars. And I'll tell you, because every time that you drive your beautiful DeLorean, you're generating hearts, and you're just capturing hearts and generating smiles every time. Because no matter where you go, no matter what you've been doing, if you see a DeLorean passing by, you just stop for a moment, and you just stop and say to yourself, what did I did in the 80s? And it's just a remarkable thing. And one note, now, of course, my dad acquired the car in October of 1982. So, of course, that was 3 years before Back to the Future came out. Now, I did watch the trailer, the Back to the Future, and I said, this looks like an interesting movie to watch. So I took my girlfriend back at the time in 1985, and we went, and you're not going to believe this, but I saw the movie at the Puente Hills 6th Theater. Okay. And of course, that was the shooting site for the scenes with the Libyans and all that. And so, just like everyone's saying, they saw the truck open up and the DeLorean comes out, right? And I start laughing, right? And of course, my person that I was with, she starts laughing too. And the guy next to me in the seat, he goes, well, what's so funny? He says, my dad owns one of those. And so that was quite a story. And of course, everything that mimicked the DeLorean at the time, that was exactly what my dad's car did. Wouldn't start, it would drain the battery every time. So it was a ritual that anyone who drives the car and pulls it in the garage, you've got to pull both the positive and negative posts out. But no, and so I'm keeping the family legacy alive, and we'll see what happens in the future with whoever's going to be the next Hoffman acquiring 4516. Thanks, Todd.
No, thank you, Roland. Thank you. And you bring up a lot of good points, and it wasn't a week or two ago, December 26th, Future Fan Day for Back to the Future the musical, the opening day at the Segerstrom Theater, and Ron here had coordinated DeLorean display. 5 cars out in front of the Segerstrom, and before and after the show, right? Just for the fans, for the attendees of the play, the musical. And I got to tell you, the reception that we received, us DeLorean owners having our cars out there. We had Edwin Pineda was out there. We had Richard McMillan. We had a new owner out there as well. I think his name was Tim. We had David Daniels, and it was something else. I felt like, wow, and it really, and getting back to keeping these cars on the road, and all the work that Josh has been doing, and all the work that everybody else has been doing as well, DMC, right, and making sure that future generations can enjoy these cars, right? It kind of falls on us to make sure that happens, and that's one of the things I want to talk about, right? Is as sort of the stewards of and it becomes a matter of survival, right? We talk about engine swaps, we talk about all these different things, upgrades and what, but really when we're talking about swapping the engine out, we're talking about the survival of this car, right? And that's kind of, I'd like to get into that discussion.
But like, for example, here in Germany, I guess like here, like the approach is completely different just by legal terms, because like you would never ever be able to do an engine swap on a DeLorean and get the car registered again, because they have all those rules, like like there's this organization called TÜV here, TUV, that you have to bring your car to like every 2 years, and if you would have a different engine in it, you would not get a new registry for the car. And the same goes with like the if you change it to whatever, because they have all those rules, and then like they'll look at the frame, and like some of the stuff actually makes sense, because like I saw that example like with a Lotus Europa where they switched the engine to a much stronger one, and the frame, I mean not the whole fiberglass structure couldn't handle the speed anymore. And like Mike from Midwest, he made also that video with one of those Alice cars where like one of the seat bolts ripped out. And so like doing all those tests and whatever, like it would cost you probably like the price of a DeLorean to have those tests done. It's already like a big deal here. Like I know in the States, you can easily just swap the wheels. If you go to the TÜV test and you have different wheels on your car, doesn't matter if it's a DeLorean, Corvette, whatever, they say like, bring back the other rims, otherwise no more registry for you. So
Alex,
I guess, like in the States,
let me just hop in on that. So, maybe that's where like what Rich is doing, electric conversion makes more sense to you. You're talking about internal combustion engines.
yeah, no, but like even
Yeah,
even if
and
it's like an electric engine and it has more power, because like obviously at that TÜV, they have all the numbers whatsoever. And then like if you put like an engine in that has like, God knows, like 300, 400 horsepower, they would let the car go through all those tests. And then if they find out, okay, the structure, we believe the structure of the car was not made for those kind of speeds, or the brake system whatsoever, they would say, okay, your registration is over. And actually they can, when people do that with whatever cars, those cars get confiscated.
I understand your concerns. It's I think 300 or 400 horsepower is a bit of a lofty claim. Like once again, going back to the conversion that Rich is having done at Hoffman up in Madison, Wisconsin, that's a Tesla Model 3 drivetrain. It's 200 and something horsepower. Obviously, the torque's up there, but there's also vectoring upon that as well. So it's just it can be a means of alternative propulsion. It doesn't have to be a race car.
Yeah.
So,
No, but like still like here, like the rules are like so extreme. And I know from
yeah,
a couple of other countries in Europe where you would always have that problem. Like if you do something eternal to the actual PRV engine, they probably will not check that. But like if they open, the engine compartment and there's something in that says like LS or like a Corvette logo whatsoever, they would notice pretty much right away.
yeah, and there's states within the United States that are like that as well, like in California where
Yeah.
Danny is, and
Oh, yeah.
it's very much a no-go. And I can certainly understand that. That's why it's good to consider other options. And also, like I said, like it's not bad to have a well-kept car with a PRV. Like that certainly has its place, and you're explaining why it has its place in other parts of the world. So definitely makes sense.
Well, I'll be the first one to say that each person needs to make their car what they want themselves. But doing this for a long time and doing multiple engine conversions that I've done, I have grown to, especially since, look at the prices of DeLoreans, what they're going for nowadays for beautiful, pure DeLoreans. I'm becoming more of a purist. Yes, the guy that drills holes in cars and makes them Back to the Future car. But, I do that, but I don't do engine swaps anymore. And that's the biggest reason is that the prices have gone up so much, and we are keeping a legacy alive. And like with any collectible car, back when I did Trans Ams and everything and do, Concours and everything else, people really want the pure car, and that's going to hold the value better, I think, than the electric conversions or LS conversions, or I've done Vortec conversions and Grand National conversions and stuff. That's great if the person's going to keep the car the rest of their lives and that's what they want and they want to drive it and have fun with it. More power to them. I'm all for making the car your own, but being in it now as long as I have and being with DeLorean Motor Company, I think for the long run it's going to be better for us to keep them beautiful and perfect and original for the next generation, honestly. And the prices will just keep going up, I believe, if we keep doing that.
Yeah, I agree with that. It's totally makes sense.
And don't get me wrong, like I like I love watching those videos about those conversions, but then like every time I see something like that, it's like this would never ever be possible here, like especially since the cars, like in Germany, a car needs to be 30 years old to get a historic license plate. But if you have like a modern stereo in it, you lose that historic license plate just for the stereo. Now imagine like having an engine swap in that they,
It feels cool kind of saying this, but when Alexx, when we were hanging out in Germany a couple months ago, I think you were telling me then that even if you swap just shocks or suspension,
Yes.
that's not allowed as well, right?
Yes. Like you have to trick them pretty much like the KW system. There is a way of like getting it on your car document, which is similar to a title, but in Germany, everything has to have much more words and rules and this and that. So there is a way to put it in, but only if you get to the wrong TOV office, they might say, no, you can't have
And
it.
the ironic thing is that KWs are made in Germany.
I know. That's the biggest. I mean, like German rules are like very bizarre a lot of times. Like for example, like in the 70s or early 80s, when you imported an American car to Germany, like a Corvette, whatever, and it already had a catalytic system in the car, you had to remove it because they thought a catalytic system is something dangerous, like maybe people die from it, or the same with the third brake light. And it was, and this is the crazy part. I mean, like pretty much all of you know how a Corvette C4 looks like. And the third brake light that's on top, it was not enough that you just take the bulb out. No, you had to destroy that brake light. That they would drill a hole through the thing and rip all the cables out, and then you had to spray paint the like the clear plastic where the light would go through. So like that there's no chance in hell like you would ever use the dangerous third brake light.
So Alex, do you have to play 80s music in Germany too when you're in a DeLorean, or do they take the classic license away if you play 90s music?
No, that's not, but like was like just like little things, like you can get in a lot of trouble. And like,
do you get your
in
car
Munich-
inspected, Alex? Alex, are your cars inspected on a yearly basis to make sure you haven't had any modifications?
Every 2 years.
And so do they actually go like through a list? They check your shocks, they'll check your engine, they'll check the interior. And you're not serious about changing the radio though?
You can Google it. I mean, like if you Google it, you probably cannot read the German results. But like, for example, if you use one of those like retro radios, that's okay. But like if you have like
an MP3 hookup,
like an old VW, and then all of a sudden there's like a modern looking stereo in it, they can take that historic registration away from you.
So real quickly, I just is getting a little deep in it, but I find this intriguing because my family lives in Slovakia. So we always talk about cars. If you were to put LED lights on the inside of your car, like around your seats for, just visual purposes, does that deem it non-classic worthy?
You mean replace?
No. If you add lights on the interior just to make it look good.
No. Like for your historic?
No, if you just wanted to add lights just to make the car, glow in the dark or something like that.
Now that is not a problem, but like if it's a car with like for example, like the outline, like your headlights and stuff, you're not allowed to replace those with LEDs either.
Really? Wow.
When I see those posts all the time, and I'm like, Jesus, like if I would put LED lights and replace my headlights.
It's safer, right? But here's the question. What does the classics license get you? Is it a reduced? Because, for example, in the U.S., we have an antique license in the state of Illinois, and it's a much more reduced rate for classic cars. What is it in Germany? Do you get a reduced license plate, or do you get reduced insurance?
Both, like insurance and taxes. Because like especially, I mean, not with the DeLorean, because like the engine is pretty small, but like let's say like a friend of mine, like he has a Hummer, like from 70 something, because it was actually a military car.
Okay.
H1.
And
H1, yeah.
If he would have this car registered with a regular license plate, the tax on the car would be something like 5,000 or 6,000 euros every month.
Oh my God. A month or a year?
A year.
Okay.
But with the historic license plate, it's 190.
Okay, gotcha. So you want to maintain that status?
Yeah.
So it sounds like until the laws change, a lot of us are stuck, right? Several California owners here on this panel know, there's no way we could swap our engines out without, involving a referee. I've seen only one. And it's the PRV from, I believe it's from the, help me out here, Chris.
Eagle Premier.
Eagle Premier, there you go. So, and if that's, our go-to, I don't know, guys.
How many Eagle Premiers were made?
I'm sorry.
That's the problem. There's nothing, there's no parts.
Is curiosity, guys, we live in Illinois. Do you guys get your cars inspected on a yearly or bi-yearly basis?
Every 2 years for smog in California.
And what do they inspect? What do they check? What do they look for?
They're only looking for your emissions. And
Missions.
they're looking for any changes that you've made on the motor. You can't change motors. You can't even have a silicone vacuum line. They'll nail you on it.
Really? Now, is it a hookup? Is it hook up right to your tailpipe, or is it electronic?
They do a tailpipe on a dyno. They'll run the car on a dyno. They'll test it at idle, and then they'll test it about 2,500 RPMs. And they want to make sure that the cat's working and everything's. They'll check your timing, and they go through it.
Wow, I didn't know that.
I just learned something right now, Danny. You said no silicone vacuum lines?
You can't run silicone vacuum lines and pass smog because
Doesn't
it's
make any
illegal.
sense.
You changed the factory hoses. So
Oh wow. Okay. I just changed mine.
yeah, yeah. I
I knew you
started
say
actually
that.
doing smogs back in the day. I was a smog inspector and a tester back in the early '90s when it first started. And we used to get the state would actually bring in cars they modified just to test us to make sure we're failing cars. And they
Oh, wow.
tried the silicone vacuum lines, and they would take the catalytic converter out and then stick a pipe in there, and we had to fail them, of course. And they watch out around here.
Hey Todd, can you please edit this video to get rid of Christopher's comment on what he did to his car? So the California.
Thank you.
My time machine isn't working, so we can't change it any other way.
Yeah, thank you. I
But
know.
in California, you can go electric, and you can do it.
That's our only option. That appears
That's
to
the
be
only change option.
until and Roland can attest to this. AB 210, I think.
AB 210. Actually, I can give you an update on that. I was talking with the representative down in San Diego who is sponsoring that bill, and they've tried to get that to pass twice now. They wanted to change the date of exemption from 1975 up to 1982. Yeah, 82, not 83. And what the idea is that in committee, from what I was kept telling, it's always getting killed by environmentalists.
Yes.
Even though our cars represent a tiny fraction, like 0.00 whatever of any pollutants that are put into the air in this state, environmentalists say, oh no, it's a terrible thing. We can't let this pass through. Meanwhile, there's a very good chance the next time they introduce it, it will pass. And when it comes to 1983s, there's actually a loophole. And I've already talked to the AQMD about it. And if you have a 1983, even though they'll change the rolling year to 1982, your car will be included. But we have to get that. AB 210 was the first one. AB 220 was the next one. AB 230, we'll see if it comes through this next year. Who knows?
Could you guys give us some background on what you're talking about? I'm not that familiar with the California laws. AB 210, could you explain to us what that acronym stands for and what it means?
AB is Assembly Bill.
Assembly Bill.
Assembly Bill. And the number on the first attempt was number 210. Then when that failed the following year, they went ahead and it was up to 220. That one also failed. So we are anticipating the next time they try it, with whatever tweaks they can do to get it to pass, it'll probably be called AB 230.
What is the stipulation, Ron and Dan? You guys know more about this than we do. What is the stipulation in that code?
Well, the 210, 220, 230, that's just the name or the number of the bill itself.
I got you, but what is it that you can or cannot do?
Well, there used to be a rolling exemption on cars in California.
See,
that's that after a while you didn't have to smog your car anymore.
What it is that throughout the entire country, you've got what you call the 49 state, which basically means there's a 25-year roll. In other words, if you own let's say a 1974 Bricklin, okay, and basically that's going to be exempt because it goes up to 1976. Now, of course, in California, Arnold Schwarzenegger passed a bill that there is not going to be any rolling exemptions anymore. So basically, what it is that any car that is 1976 or up, that means that you got to get a smog check for it.
Right.
And so me owning a 1981 RX-7 and a 1979 Trans Am, I got to get those smogged. And luckily I've been very, very fortunate. And of course, the DeLorean, that's terrific. Danny takes great care of my vehicle. He does a great job. But to me, it's really important I don't know if we're ever going to get California into the same page as the rest of the United States. It seems to be running on its own island per se in regards to CARB laws, which is called the California Air Resources Board. And I'm dealing with it with my own companies itself with diesel trucks with the Clean Air California Act. So we're, you know, me advocating to try to get our cars exempt is, you know, always been one of my priorities as a leader of the DOA. And anytime that the bill is introduced, in AB 220, I got involved. I wrote letters to them saying that, you know, our cars should be exempt. And of course, I also had a variant to exempt 1983 cars. So hopefully, when AB 230, if that's going to be the numerical number that's going to come up, hopefully we can be successful. But it's a very, very tall ladder because this is the state of California. So, and that's going to be a big problem.
Yeah.
So prior, it was a rolling 30-year or rolling, what was it? 25. Okay.
Yeah, it was supposed to be.
It's supposed to be.
So just as a hypothetical, let's say Rich in his limousine happened to put a modified engine. You know, Josh came by and installed a nice V8 in there. What would have happened, like, if Rich wanted to just show the car there? Would there be limitations if he had
You just couldn't drive it on the road because you couldn't get it registered.
You can't drive it. You can't register it.
You can't register it to be legal on the roads of California. That's
Now,
correct.
there are certain exemptions. You could take it to a referee and say, you know, I had to change an engine out. This is the engine I did it to.
Right.
It's a big, long process. They have to run tests on it and then back and forth. I had to do all the testing when we had the California legal stage 2 exhaust system. And we did have a legal system for a while, but it took roughly $6,000 worth of paperwork to do. And we had to switch to a stock exhaust, put the other exhaust on, take it over there, have them test it before and after, put 1,000 miles on the new exhaust, put it back. And there's so much California loopholes to have to jump through.
What is the biggest problem in California in terms of emissions? What is the number one part that is the worst certifiably in California in terms of emissions?
Well, if you're talking about DeLoreans, it's catalytic converters.
That's it?
Catalytic converter will go bad, and then we'll have to replace them. Now we're out.
Oxygen sensors too.
O2 sensors, but they get replaced very easily. You know, we replace those every tune-up that we do, and that's a pretty simple thing. And just adjustments too. You know, if you do a tune-up and adjust your fuel mixture on a DeLorean, if the CAT is working good, DeLoreans are great, clean running cars. I mean, it's a good little engine. You know, so we rarely have too many problems unless somebody's modified engines and stuff. We had one here where we just couldn't get smog. We smogged it like 4 or 5 times, wondering what was going on. We had everything right, and then we're realizing that the timing was way off. Somebody pulled the distributor out and moved it, so we rechecked the timing and had to reposition it. And it was like 2 teeth off, and it's like that's why it's failing smog. Okay, but and generally, you know, getting a DeLorean smog's pretty easy stuff. They're not bad.
Yeah, and we have a video on top 10 things you want to do to ensure you pass smog, and that was number 1 on the list. Make sure your car is running right.
Yes.
Number 1.
Make sure it's running right, and when you do take it in, make sure it's nice and hot.
Mm-hmm.
Get the catalytic converter hot before you don't take a car in cold. Do it hot.
Yep. And I know just recently, actually, someone emailed me about that, right? And they did take a look at our video that we have on the channel and did every single, all 10 items. And he passed smog and attributed it to those recommendations, right? Chris, you're going to say something?
Yeah.
Danny, what's the plan for the catalytic converter since we don't have any more originals? Is there?
They are looking to get remade.
Okay.
We're pretty close with a company that's going to remake them for us. And we're going to try to come back out here. Hopefully somewhere this year we'll come out with another a stage 2 exhaust will be California legal.
Mm-hmm.
And we just ran into the problem. The company that made the catalytic converters for us decided not to make that anymore. And of course, with California law, you can't put something in close. It's got to be exact. So as soon as we get the okay from California, which catalytic converter we can replace it with, and then I'm back doing all the testing again, back and forth again to get that legal. But that's our goal, because I mean, stage 2s, you know, we do quite a bit of them here.
Mm-hmm.
So my question for Danny then, I think the catalytic converter you're talking about applies to the stage 1 exhaust system. Though, what about the stock catalytic converter?
The stock is getting redone.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So
we're gonna have new ones of those pretty soon.
I'm an outlier. I like my cars quiet. So That's one of the reasons why I've never went with a stage one. I've driven the stage one. I think it sounds cool and everything. You know, I know some of these guys have the DPI.
Right.
Sounds good and everything, but for whatever reason, I like the cars quiet. So, my cat's good, but when it goes, it's good to know that there'll be a replacement for me.
Right. No, we want to keep the stock car, going beautiful and perfect with new stuff. So, and there's been a few people in California bought the DPI one that it's not legal for California, so you have to be careful.
Exactly the same in Germany with those things. We're only lucky, like on some cars that when it first, when those cars got over to Germany, and then the TÜV that did the first check, they didn't know that those cars actually had a catalytic system. So in your documents, if it doesn't show that your car ever had a catalytic system, then you don't have to do any of those tests.
Okay.
But I won't mention the people or the car that were that lucky. Just in case if any German office or whatever is watching this video at some point.
Don't tell them about the emission sticker on the engine cover, and don't tell them about that little sticker on the door. It says the California CAT system. Because you have 2 stickers on your car that says it's the California CAT system.
Not anymore.
Okay.
On those cars.
I don't know about that.
Yeah, it makes life. Those 2 stickers, if they're not there, they make life easier, much easier, and much cheaper, and
Understand.
Yeah.
So Todd, you touched on the future, right? And the future of our cars. Well, I'm going to tell you. There's, like I said, the general public as well as the auto aficionados that we are. The DeLorean will continue to live through generations and generations as long as we as a steward basically take care of our cars and pass it on to those that will definitely respect the car. And I'm going to show you something really quickly here. I know it's through basically back, I start logging new owners. And so Aaron Solis from May 2022, beautiful car that he's got. And he just loves to, share these photos with me. And Payson Pierce from Signal Mountain, Tennessee, bought his car in June of 2022. Scott Fritch, 16898 is the VIN, June of 2022. And Jason Yonker, July 2022. And the list is just incredible.
Can you show that photo again, Roland?
Sure. So I'll show a picture of Aaron's cars. So.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, I just hit the spotlight. So very nice looking car.
Yeah.
So incredible. So our DeLorean community is just, like I said, it's just this vibrant community, and we're all helping each other out. Eric Walktamp, there he is, very proud owner. Come on, focus. Come on, there you go. Very proud owner. Living the dream. And that's exactly what John DeLorean, as we celebrate his 100th birthday, his birthday on this day, January 6th, he always, just like what Alexx said, and just like what Josh said, it's all about living the dream. And he did it. I mean, he lived the, he's basically, brought a dream to millions. And whether it be a fan of the car, whether it be from the movie, and, because like I said, that movie just simply synergized with what the DeLorean is. It just basically brought it to its status that it is today. And you can never be replaced. And what is amazing is that out of the 9,300 cars that were built in Ireland, over 6,000 are still running. And one thing is, me as the caretaker of this, what I call the Grand Lady, which is the DeLorean Owners Association. This Grand Lady is just full of history. You're talking about the Ed Millies, the Bernsteins. You're talking about Donnie and Nancy Steger, who was the technical advisor for the board. And of course, I got Alexx on the board now. We got Ron that's still active on the board. So, which is great. And so, 2025 is going to be our year that we're basically going to say that, like I said, this is an owner's car and the DOA is going to be rising above again. And basically let's do events. Let's get out there and show our cars because the general public just loves it.
Hey,
And
Roland,
just
for
by
everybody's a new owner, a new DeLorean owner listening to this video. Can you give them instructions on how to reach out? Because DOA is dead on arrival, and that's not what it means. It's DeLorean Owners Association. I just want to make sure that people
what the DOA is it was a place in time that was developed in 1983 because obviously when there was no factory support and the owners felt orphaned, and so Ed Bernstein had this idea, and here we are 42 years later. We're still here. We'll be celebrating year number 43 coming up.
And what's the website name so we can go to it and log our cars?
Yeah, sure. It's www.DeLoreanOwners.org.
Now, question for DeLoreanOwners.org.
Mm-hmm.
Great. Now, question for you. Do you typically work with like Danny and others in the community who are working on DeLoreans? Do you guys, not that you're in cahoots, but I mean, do you guys talk about like VIN numbers that have changed owners? Is that like happening behind the scenes? Because I just bought a new DeLorean a couple weeks ago. Well, it's not new, but how does that transfer happen? Would a mechanic say it, or would I? And I'm setting up the question so you can answer it for the audience.
Sure. Basically, I'm just setting it up where anyone who reaches out to me and they say, I got a brand new car. Ty Craig, he just reached out to me. He was a previous DeLorean owner. Well, guess what? He just bought another car. Richard Roberts lives in Culver City. But that was through Danny, and Danny says, Richard just bought he had a car back in the 80s and he sold it, regretted it, and now he bought another one. And this goes without saying, once a DeLorean owner, always a DeLorean owner, no matter what. Whether you sell your car, whether you give it to your family member, you're always welcome in the community, because for some weird reason we have this synergy, this bug that happens within our community. They always get another one.
That's why I'll be calling you, Roland.
And I mean, I also think like the amazing thing is, and that's like unlike pretty much any other car, is like how easy people know what it is. Like we just played a show in Belfast, and every time we play Belfast, like I try to do something special, like make special DeLorean guitar picks and whatsoever. And then this year, because it was also our singer's 65th birthday. So I was like, okay, we gotta do something cool, because also some DeLorean owners came to the show. And so I made those special posters, which is like, I'm not sure. God, hold on. I think I first have to turn my background off, because like otherwise the reflection, hold on. One moment, I'm almost there. Okay. Now you can see it. And so we made those special posters for the show.
So posted somewhere.
Oh, that's awesome.
And
that's awesome.
And I made sure like it's not a, Back to the Future DeLorean. It's actually my car in the background, because it was like, since
it's not the KISS car.
It says back to Belfast, right? Back to Belfast.
Yeah. And even like people that were not that familiar, because they're like rock fans, and all those people like, oh my God, there's a DeLorean. Because like the people that live in Belfast, like most of them have a really huge connection, which I also saw when the original test track got restored. I mean, Danny was also there, and like just like how the local people react to that, like when they were waiting on the street from the hotel to the factory and stuff like that. And that's just like something, which I think is amazing. And like, if we do the work, and just always have references about DeLoreans pretty much like I mean, I pretty much put it in almost anything that I do, even like the music related stuff. Like I had those other guitar picks made, and my name is in the white stripes, like you have them on the car, and then people will recognize that. And it's just like I always love putting everywhere like a little DeLorean sign in it. I mean, because it's just like it's cool.
That's awesome.
Well, like I said, the community is just so dynamic. I'm involved with a lot of other car clubs, and with today's technology that we have with communication and instant communication, you're seeing a lot of car clubs that are, just having a very, very hard time trying to get members because the proof is in the pudding. They say, well, why should I get a membership, when I can just simply just talk to the community that I have. And the GT40 group is same thing. Like I said, there was a movie that was made that symbolizes the GT40, but the membership base it declined, but it's declining. The Bricklands, the Brickland people, and Bobby Z is the president of that wonderful club. And out of 2,800 cars that were built by Malcolm, there's about 1,000 of them that are probably left right now. And they just had their 50th anniversary up at St. John up in Canada, and it was a very, very good turnout considering that you had to go to Canada to showcase your car. But all in all, you're only talking about out of a community, you're looking at about maybe a 10%, maybe 15% that's actually joining or spending money for memberships. And so the DOA, we had a little bit of a turning point. And the turning point is that we have a free membership, which is called an enthusiast membership. And that way that, you can be involved with the community. And, I send, emails basically to people, like an email newsletter type of thing. And then, of course, we do have a full membership. As a matter of fact, I just landed one yesterday, another full membership. Thank you, Carlos. And, my plan is to, bring the DOA to where it's complementary with our vibrant community, and basically bring the DOA to bring events, help Rich with events, because Rich has just been terrific keeping DCS going. Just like to thank you very, very much for all the work that you do, both you and Tom. The video that I saw with Zach, that's just priceless, and great job on the video there, Todd. It was just wonderful.
So Roland, I think you mentioned earlier, the next DeLorean Expo is going to be in 2026. Is that what you said?
Well, we're trying to get a DeLorean Expo for 2025. That's what we're trying to do.
This year. Okay.
Yes, this year. And we're looking at, I looked at the Marriott over in Fullerton. I'm trying to find like a nice little central location between San Diego and Santa Barbara. And so I looked at Fullerton, and Ron is looking at Palm Springs. So we're looking at different options. And so we're trying to land something. Hopefully we can land something between June and August, and start getting events going again, because that's what not just our community needs, but that's what the general public wants. They want to see DeLoreans. And of course, with the 50th anniversary of the movie that's coming up, that's pretty special. So this is a big year. 2025 is definitely a big year, not just the DeLorean itself and 100 years of John DeLorean's life and legacy, but it's time to bring the community out. It's time to bring our cars out, because you know what I always say, journey to the drive, go. How should I say this? Go into your DeLorean and drive for 2025. That's how I see it.
What's about DCS this year?
Okay. Little bit of work that we've been doing. We've been trying to do a combination event for a long time. And that is to combine the Woodward event with DCS. Now, for those of you who do not know what the Woodward event is, it's a car show consisting of over 500,000 cars driving up and down Woodward Avenue in the Detroit area for approximately 11 miles. Then they turn around in Pontiac and go back the other way. So these cars are circling Woodward Drive, 4 lanes wide on both sides of the street, from approximately 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. on the third Saturday of every August. So what we've been trying to do is coordinate that with the event people out there in conjunction with a DCS event that we could have relatively nearby, but far enough away that you're not paying the extreme prices that sometimes pop up around Woodward. And what we mean by that is rooms that are normally about $99 going for over $600 for one night. So those are the things that we're trying to avoid, and we think we can make that happen this year. At least we're giving it a try. There's a couple of other things that have been tied to this that we are also looking at. First of all, the museum that we would have the event tied in with is the Gilmore Museum, and they're located about midway through Michigan and about halfway up. So they're almost in the middle there, north of Kalamazoo, if you know the area. And basically what we want to do is we want to have a very good presentation in a very high class museum. The Gilmore Museum is one of the top 3 in the world car museums as far as their collection is concerned. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to get something going there now. It's been a long time starting this up because we wanted to get some inside people there. So not only do we have 2 DeLorean inside people, we also have a previous POG, and that's Parts POG, Chris Duvall. He started working there at about a year and a half ago when he officially retired. So now he has been there for a while. He's been trying to brainwash everybody over at the museum that it's a great idea to have the DeLorean event there. And he is also working on a DeLorean presentation for, again, John's 100th birthday anniversary, the 40th anniversary of Back to the Future, all this stuff kind of conglomerating together. He's doing a presentation this winter. I think it may have been pushed to the end of winter and beginning of spring. So on Saturdays, you can go there and see his presentation. What we're going to try to do for him ahead of time is get a couple of cars there in which they can then set up a display. Depending on whether or not we do the convention there, we can also get a display of up to 6 months of other DeLoreans. So that means we can have an excellent representation of our cars all the way from spring through fall of this year. That was our primary goal, and we're still working at that right now, trying to get those details together. Luckily, it's not too far away where I can still do some personal checking on stuff and inspection of how they're doing with their new what is it? It's a combination conference room, and it's basically like another building that they're adding on to the facility. So that would accommodate between 300 and 500 people. So that is a little bit more accommodating than they have been in the past, where they've only had rooms that'll do maybe 75 to 150 people. So we're trying to get a little bit bigger room. We think it's going to be a bigger crowd, bigger area. We have a number of very interesting vehicles that we will be having on display at the museum, possibly for as long as 3 to 6 months. But we're trying to get them there specifically for the event. And that would be, there's one DeLorean that has not been seen publicly since, since 1999. There's another one that has not been seen in public since, let's say, the mid 70s. I don't want to give it away exactly, but it's been on film quite a bit. So this would be the first time this car would be displayed anywhere. I'm
just cycling through pictures, guys, while Rich is talking.
Yeah. So this is what you're seeing here are the cars that you would normally see at the Woodward Dream Cruise. And again, the majority of people will sit on the sides of Woodward Avenue on both sides and watch all the cars go by, 4 lanes either direction. We had kind of a mini run through of Woodward this year because I wanted Zach to get a little bit more exposure to that, along with all the other things going on with the Detroit area. So we did that last summer, and that went over real well. And I think Zach is already enthused to go back and do the event again. Again, something like this is really huge, and knowing what I know about how people react to John DeLorean in the Detroit area, they're just going to go nuts for Zach. So I've already talked to several people with the radio news, TV news, everything. They're all interested in getting an interview with Zach. They all are either going to use their 7-second delay or catch the fiery wrath of the government. So, but at this point, everything appears to be coming together for that. Again, I say appears because the convention hall was supposed to be done December 15th, and I have not received any definitive word that they've completed it yet. So if they did complete it, we're going to be one of the first larger events that they're going to have in that new convention hall. One disadvantage of having this event where we're going to have it is there is a little bit of a drive back and forth to the hotel. So there is no hotel on site, but there is camping on site. So I know we have our group of, let's say, a little bit more
adventurous.
No, they're not cheap.
Frugal.
We have some frugal members that have been asking, can we have a DCS event where we can have camping allowed? And surprise, this is one of them. So we'll see how things go with that. We'll see what the numbers are and things like that, and we'll let you know. And even the hotels in the area are very accommodating. So if you want to do your crazy, 6 guys to a room or something like that, 2 guys in the bathtub, whatever you want, go right ahead. But we think we can get a good 3 or 4 day convention out at the Gilmore Museum, and then use Friday as like a skip day to get everybody over to Woodward who wants to attend. So if you want to just do the DCS, that's fine. If you want to do Woodward, that's fine. We'll have an area designated for parking, for cruising, and hopefully we'll have the DeLorean limo out there cruising down Woodward as well.
I want to ride.
Same here.
Project expected again. This is 3rd Saturday in August for the Woodward Dream Cruise, and the Gilmore Museum would be. Oh, that's stainless, by the way. No, you saw that buggy.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, it's like 8 passenger or whatever. Anyways, they have things open still for now. We're still trying to get things negotiated, and that would be the week before that third Saturday. So I don't know what that is. 17th, 15th, anyways, somewhere around there. You got the August.
3rd would be the 16th.
16th. Okay, so then most likely we were going to try for 11th to the 14th, with 16th at Woodward. So that is tentative. Nothing has been concrete written in stone on that. So when we do hear something or have something finalized, we definitely let people know. It's been tough to try to do that already with trying to arrange other display events for the 40th anniversary for Back to the Future. So we're being cognizant of that, and we're trying to make it so that it doesn't run into some of the other normal stuff like the Wizard World stuff that I know that
I would geek out.
Oliver and Terry usually go to. I think they switched that to the last week of August. So
that's woodwarddreamcruise.com. Check it out. It's my first time going last year, and I played some of the videos. Most amazing cars. So, at some point, you've seen a DeLorean, you've seen, a couple, you've seen them all, unless, of course, it's something a little odd that Rich put together. But this show was pretty incredible. You could literally sit there for 7 hours and not see a similar car go by, in 20 minutes. Like, every car is distinct. It's a the great part about it is, as you saw in the videos, the actual, the parade comes to you. So it's a car show where you don't really have to do anything but sit down, grab a drink, and watch cars go by. And I think that's the best part. That's the best part about it.
Well, the best part is actually doing the mix. You drive part of it, you sit for part of it, and then you walk for part of it, because there's all these little alcoves that are by all these different businesses where they tuck as many cars as possible in there. So if you're looking for, say, you're looking for Alfa Romeos, and you're looking for specifically either Julia's or whatever.
Whatever this is.
Yeah.
I don't know what that is.
This could be a saline. I'm not sure.
What is that, guys? I don't know.
Anyways, I see it on there.
Car. Oh, it's just a website.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, it's a great show. And out of all of the places that I've done car shows out of the last 35 years, anything DeLorean related, when we've done a car show here at the Woodward Dream Cruise, we've never gotten any better audiences anywhere in the world that I can think of. I mean, all these people, they have a specific love for John, the family, the name, the association with the Detroit area. It's really something different.
And hopefully you don't see too many of these following us.
Oh yeah, they're ready. If you see some little kid moving his hand in the direction of spin your wheels, don't do it, because that usually means there's a cop right behind you. Share that yet, but we hope to have some details with it where we can actually say, yes, it's going to happen. Yes, we're moving towards reservations and everything else, hopefully within the next couple of months.
I'll tell you what, Todd, I've got a story. Take a few minutes to read, but if you wanted something curious that you could probably end on, it might be worthy. If people are interested, let me just go ahead and read it. Very simply, I've had the privilege in my life to meet a lot of what you might call our heroes. I used to work over at Cape Canaveral and also worked at Vandenberg, and I literally became acquaintances with several real astronauts. And I was joking with a couple of them about the fact that the original idea to go ahead and give astronauts Corvettes was all a big publicity stunt. And I started thinking, well, Corvettes, they don't look like spacecraft. And they were all joking, yeah, it's because DeLoreans had not been invented yet. And so I went ahead and I interviewed John McBride, and we went ahead and we put an article which we published in DeLorean World. And I have our original conversation, which was used to compile what the story was, which we later had to change so that we wouldn't raise too many eyebrows. I'll keep this as short as practical. John McBride had been mission commander on STS-41, which was launched on October 5th. And It was otherwise very, very successful. It concluded with a landing at Kennedy Space Center, Florida on October 13th, 1984. And we asked him to recount a very unique experience with a DeLorean that he was allowed to borrow a couple of weeks after his mission was completed. And it was back in 1984, about a month after that flight, Governor Rockefeller, yes, that Rockefeller, declared November 1st to be John McBride Day. He was very honored. Festivities were held in Charleston, West Virginia, which ended about noon. He had to be in Morgantown, West Virginia at 2 p.m. on the same day to receive an honorary doctorate from West Virginia University. The original plan was to fly a police helicopter to Morgantown, which was about 160 miles away after the festivities at Charleston were over. Well, activities in Charleston did finish on time, but the weather did not cooperate. There was a cloud ceiling of only about 300 feet and visibility about a half mile. It was simply not possible to fly a chopper to get there. Well, Governor Rockefeller said we needed to try something else. He suggested calling a friend who owned a local auto dealer who had just purchased and received a group of 10 beautiful stainless steel bodied cars. And he says, I know this guy really well. Why don't you borrow one of these cars and drive it all the way to Morgantown? The feeling was with that help, it should be able to make it. It only took 10 minutes to make the phone call and get a car delivered. Talk of what kind of power a governor has. With other delays, though, John didn't actually get on the road until about 12:30. Still has to go 160 miles before 2 o'clock. The governor then called the state police chief and had the roads blocked off so there would be no traffic for John to deal with going northbound on I-79 from Charleston to Morgantown. And John remembers every on and off ramp had a state trooper blocking traffic, saluting me as I sped by. I do not remember the speed limit. I do not remember what the speedometer said, but I saw no traffic on the entire route and was able to make the distance in a little more than 1 hour and 10 minutes. The recollection was this brand new car was like driving on a cloud. It was very smooth and clean. When looking back at that memory, he says, how did it happen? It was such a magical experience driving that brand new DeLorean through the mountains and glory of West Virginia in late October, early November of 1984. And every time he saw a DeLorean, he remembers the wonderful time back then. And he shared that with me and, of course, Paul Nye when we were on the Fireball Run. Now, for those of you who just took out your calculators, he had to go 160 miles in only 70 minutes. Well, the reason he didn't remember what speed he was going was because he had pegged the speedometer because he was averaging 135 miles an hour. I say that is the best deal you could get to drive a car like that, all that distance, and get the police behind you to go ahead and make that possible. And so ultimately, what does it take? It takes to be an astronaut. So I remember that particular story, and I just wanted to quickly reiterate it to you. We had to rewrite the story because if somebody was advertising that he had gone 135 miles an hour, it would raise a few eyebrows, and maybe some people are going to say, these people think they're so entitled, they can do anything they want. Anyway, end of story. I hope you like that.
No, it's great.
Thanks, John.
But that's in general. I always think it's interesting, like especially when I was telling about the Ace story, and when people say that DeLorean is not that fast, but then like the police was chasing Ace for like 45 minutes. So like, and he's not a good driver. Let's put it that way. So like, the car was not that slow. If it takes police 45 minutes to catch you, there's something, that shows. And plus, like I drive mine like here on the German highway, and my standard speed is always like at least like 120 miles, somewhere 110, 120, unless you go like through mountain roads, then obviously you don't go that fast. But like other than that, like I never like in the Sammy Hagar song, like I can't drive 50.
That's like I can't drive 95 kilometers an hour. That's the equivalent.
Yeah, pretty much that's like for me, like I don't know how you guys do that in the States when you're like forced to be that slow. Like I always feel
we can't comment on that because this is being recorded.
Okay, yeah.
I've got a question. I know almost everybody here except for Dustin. I haven't heard from Dustin. I don't know you. I'd like to introduce myself. I'm Tom. This is Rich next to me.
I think I saw you at DCS. I was there in 23.
Oh, hi. Nice to meet you again.
Nice to meet you.
Tell us a little bit about yourself.
Did you miss my whole spiel? I'm originally from California, Palm Springs area. I bought in 2018. I pal around with a lot of these guys in the California club. I moved to Florida in February. Got rained on every single day, so my wife and I are coming back to California in a few weeks, actually. So,
Hey.
I'll be able to join in all the festivities we have going.
Danny missed you.
I know.
We missed you, Dustin.
Well, hopefully all
Dustin and
did.
I, we were honored to be in the parade in 2022 for the
Roland and I
Holiday
did.
Lights parade to Palm Springs. That was really fun.
Mhm.
Yeah, I consider Dustin one of my best buds. I think I talked to him and Chris Miles and Todd too. Definitely the most of the entire group. So, and also Eric too. He's Eric in Florida. Talked to
Yeah,
him
he's a Florida buddy.
Yeah.
So Dustin pulls off a mean Eric Stoltz Marty McFly.
You have a video you can show us?
Just saying.
Love to see
Just
that.
saying.
You have a video?
Dustin, you got a photo or anything?
No,
I
a
can
video.
possibly pull it up. Let me. Well, Todd might have it.
Yeah,
what
I
website?
can.
Or
I'll
what,
see if I can find one.
what are your
He-
socials?
So he dressed up as Eric Stoltz Marty McFly at the last year. There it is. Let me spotlight that.
That's
Hold
cool.
on a sec. Keep it there. Keep it there. There it is.
Oh, that's awesome.
Very cool.
Oh, that's awesome. Was that at the event in California?
This was last year's.
Puente Hills.
Yeah, Puente Hills Mall meetup. Temporal experiment number 1, as we call it.
Very cool. Where can we find you on social media?
PS DeLorean on Instagram. Palm Springs DeLorean.
Palm Springs DeLorean. Okay. PS DeLorean. Got it.
He's currently out of Florida right now, but he's making his way back.
Yeah, I'll be back in 2 weeks.
You might. I don't know. You're probably gonna miss that tech day, right? So what day are you coming back?
I'm shooting for the 15th, so I might be able to make.
18th. 18th. Yeah, that's the next tech
I
day.
don't think I'll have the car yet. I'm gonna have to get it on a carrier.
Just ship it to my house. I'll hold on to it for you.
I will.
My wife won't mind. She won't mind at all. Just,
I
we have
trust
two
you.
here already. Just,
I don't think your wife would like that.
she's very understanding. We had Urko's car here for like 2 days, and
Oh, really?
she was totally cool with it.
Well, I just like to say, John, if you're listening, this was your 100th day in this earth. You all influenced all of us. The original pioneer owners that bought the cars when you first launched it, when you first launched the project. The general public was in awe. The media was in awe. and of course, as time went on and went to we call the orphan state, and then you've gone into what we call the revival state. And the revival state is basically having all these DeLorean clubs that are forming. And of course, the DOA had chapters, and we disbanded chapters back in the 80s because of a tax situation. But all these clubs are just popping up, not just through the country, but all over the world. And that's because of the love of these cars, that what they're doing to people. And that love is going to continue into the future. And so you guys just like what John said, and of course the people in Belfast, that John was a true hero for those people over there, because he changed the country. Think of it. You had a Catholic and a Protestant group that were up in arms with each other, and they build a factory and they build cars and they build a dream. And that's exactly what it was. John built a dream, and it carries to this day, and it's going to carry into the future, because you are stewards for these cars. But it's going to, like I said, it's going to be passed to your family member, whether you see that wonderful person that just buys your DeLorean and give him a ride. You just gave him a dream, and keep the dream alive, as he says. Live the dream. And that's what it's all about. Happy birthday, John. Thank you for inspiring all of us. We appreciate it.
Hey.
Very nice.
Happy birthday, John.
Happy birthday, John.
Happy birthday.
JZD.
JZD.
The thing that I always thought is like so fascinating is like when you watch interviews with John, like there's this documentary, it's like a movie from like 81. It's something called like On the Fast Lane. And when you watch that interview, because I showed it some of the guys in my band while we were on tour, and all of them said the same thing. Oh my God, he talks exactly like he could be like Gene's father, like Gene Simmons. When he talks about like stuff like, about his sex drive and whatever, like in the middle of like a serious interview, and everybody was saying like he talks like he's in a band or something, instead of like an engineer. Like that's what I always thought like stands out so much. Like in pretty much all his interviews, he doesn't talk like those typical guys. When I watch like some of those German guys from VW or whatever, or like even some of the General Motor ones, he never talked like that. He always had an attitude in the way he was telling stuff, which like that also shows in the cars. Like you need to have some attitude to make something unique instead of like a driving sleeping pill, like, like so many of those, like especially the German,
I've taken
companies
those.
make. It's like, yeah, they might be whatever, like this, whatever technical, but like 90% of those cars, like the affordable cars, are just like so boring. It's like a sleeping pill with a steering wheel.
Lulls you to sleep.
Yeah.
I don't think we can say anything better than that. I mean,
That's pretty good.
That's a good.
when you're not asleep at 5 a.m, you come up with cool stuff like that.
So, Alex, yeah, I was gonna say, I mean, that attitude, right, and just John's overall like personality. That's why GM didn't like him, right?
Yeah, of course. I mean, like all those suit guys and whatever, and everything by the rules, like what kind of shirts you have to wear and stuff, like, and like there's this one picture where he's like sitting in his office reading something with his feet on the desk, and he looks more like Elvis than like someone that works for GM.
True. And I'm trying to remember. I think Zach probably said it best at the end of his. It might have been at the end of day 2, right, Tom? Where he said something to the effect of, our cars, the DeLorean, those cars will still be on the road, and GM's cars, we're talking way out in the future, right?
Oh yeah.
That was a great way to end the discussion. I think the whole room just lit up. That's what I remember.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another 100 years for us.
Right.
That's one of those things, though. I think I'll have to kind of add that in there if it isn't already apparent to all the people who are listening in. We got lucky when we were able to get Zach interested in looking at his family's legacy again, and I know he kind of feels kind of a mutual thing there with the community. He appreciates that we've held out and waited so long for him to come back, and he also really enjoys interacting with the community, and he really had no idea that he was gonna move in that direction. He thought this was gonna be, let's go deal with the cosplay boys, and we'll deal with going back to work next week. So, but he really has had a really good time the last two DCS, and then kind of the mini one we did last year with Woodward, where we just kind of getting him used to being around that many cars for that long of a period of time. And we did the museum tour separately, and we did the Woodward Dream Cruise separately. So did those a couple of months apart. I think I did the spring one with Chris Duval. He spent almost the whole day with us, which was great. And he basically has been converting all the GTO guys into DeLorean lovers as well. So he's been instrumental in trying to get things moving forward with DCS for 25. So we'll see if that happens. So hopefully that hasn't thrown a wrench in things for you over there, Roland and Ron. If you're still looking at dates and stuff like that, hopefully we can still spread things apart if we want to try to get both of them in this summer. But this is something I think I think this is something that Zach's going to enjoy, and I think the rest of the community who hasn't already met Zach and listened to him, I think they're going to enjoy spending some time with him as well.
Yeah, that's terrific. Like I said, the more that we bring our cars out, the better it's going to be, not for the community as a whole, but as the general public. And I'm all for it. I thought about communicating with the clubs out there, and go to a mall, and you can go to an outdoor mall during the spring and summer, and you can showcase your cars. We have a beautiful outdoor facility here. It's called Victoria Gardens, and they do car shows out there, and it's like a mini city basically. It's a beautiful way to showcase specific cars. And my thought was bring the cars out there in November. November is usually pretty nice here in Southern California. And they have the Founders Day parade over here in Rancho Cucamonga. It'd be kind of neat to have the Founders Day parade on a Saturday and then showcase the cars at the Victoria Gardens Mall on Sunday. So little events like that with the local car clubs, that would be so really cool to do. And of course, having, our community get together with DCS and expos. And of course, Eurofest that's coming up next year, a year from June. So it's going to be a very, very special time, especially now with the 40th anniversary of the movie. And of course, keeping the dream alive.
No, and it's like, especially here, it's always so funny because last year when I got the ski rack, and this was like in the middle of summer, and I wanted to take some pictures, and I drove up to this area, which is like 8 miles away from my house. And then 2 weeks ago, I was at a local party here, like a rock event. And you cannot imagine like the people that came up to me, because I saw it already when I was driving around with the DeLorean and the ski rack. But like those people were still talking about that because they were like, hey, they never saw a DeLorean in real in the life. But then second, like to see one driving around in the summer with a pair of skis attached to it. That was like pretty much like a rocket ship or something just landed. Or every time when I go to rehearsals, when it's nice, I always take the DeLorean and put my base case on the luggage rack. And then like people tag me in all those pictures because like somebody, yeah, saw me on the highway or like driving through Munich. And yeah, that always draws so much attention. It's amazing.
So Danny, I think you guys reproduced those, right? Those luggage racks. And now they're available.
Luggage racks are out now, yeah.
Yeah, they're available for everyone.
Yeah.
I remember the days of like people trying to find one, and it was just like, you know, now they're readily available.
I know. We're coming out with a lot of new stuff lately. So, as everybody knows, the left front fender now. So.
Yeah, amazing.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's amazing right there. And so, Danny, your thoughts on that, on the reproduced left front fender?
It's beautiful, honestly. It looks really, really nice.
I got to go down there and check. You have one in the shop?
Yep, I have them here.
Okay.
Yeah, I was. They just fit perfectly. So, and they look really nice. So, a lot of people are buying them just to keep them because they think they're, they just want to keep it in their garage. You know, I've had a couple of people buy them and just say, I just don't keep it in the box, don't blend it, don't do anything. I just want it on the shelf. I'm like, okay.
Display piece, yeah. I think I would go the other way. I think I would replace mine on the car with a reproduced one and take my original one and put that on the wall for safekeeping.
Yeah, it's nice to have that. Now that we have that done, it just kind of opens up the door to, you know, I think we'll probably be doing maybe T-tops next because T-tops are low. You know, I don't know what we're going to do about hoods and things like that, you know, which hood they want to do. But, you know, now that we know we can do it, you know.
If you were to do a hood, would it be the gas flap or would it be
I knew you were going to ask me. I really, really don't know. I don't know. It depends on, you know, what the community probably wants more. You know, if it were my choice, I would go the ones with the lines. No gas flap, just the lines. That would be my choice. But
Rich is requesting 2 gas flaps, one for electrical and one for other things.
Dual gas flaps. There you go.
Well, nowadays, with an electric car, we should put the gas flap in or electrical plug flap in the left fender.
Yes.
Oh.
No, it's exciting. All the new stuff coming out. So.
What about the taillights? Is that
they're working on those also?
Okay.
Yeah, we should. I'm hoping we might see in them probably the end of the year. But you know, James is working his butt off over there, and they're all getting a lot of new parts done. And new brake calipers are phenomenal. You know, I could go a whole list of new stuff that's been coming out lately. That's just great.
What are they doing with the brake calipers, Danny? What's the difference?
Oh, nothing really different. I mean, they look perfectly factory like original, but they're brand new out of the box now. You can get them with stainless steel pistons or just regular steel pistons, but they're just beautiful. I mean, they just look like perfect factory with the gold CAD, and we used to rebuild them all the time. Now it's a no-brainer with the price point where they are.
Did you say cadmium plated? Because you can't cadmium plate in California, can you?
There's actually a few people who do.
Really? Because it's illegal to cadmium plated large quantities nowadays.
There's still a couple places to do. I have to go clear to Long Beach, but I have a chrome place that does the chrome and the CAD coating, and whenever I do a frame off and everything, I'll take every nut and bolt and take it down there and have it CAD coated so it looks beautiful.
And I can vouch for the reproduction calibers too, because Danny, you put them on my automatic front and rears, and they're great.
Yeah. Well, I think emergency brake calipers are coming up next, I believe.
So we have to get the subject of performance upgrades, Danny. So the GTO. So there was quite a bit.
It's being worked on in Houston. They're test running it now. They got it all running really good, I hear.
There's a lot, and you provided a pretty extensive list of what that car. It's not just a supercharged PRV. There's a lot to it. suspension, for example. Are you planning on making those upgrades available separately for owners to use on their cars?
That's up to Steven. I don't know. I've had a lot of people call me about the rims after we took it to SEMA and showed it at SEMA. A lot of people wanted the rims, but we'll see what they come up with. You know, they're just what's that?
Especially for people that don't live in the States, because like, yeah, if you live in Austria, Germany, wherever, you just don't have a chance to ship the car, you know, for any changes like, you know, like that.
Yeah, it's hard to do it. I mean, I still have a few people over in Europe. Every few years, I got to go down to the docks, pick up the cars, and bring them in here. They do it. It's expensive, but they do it. But we'll see. We'll see what the improvements are with that and other things. Electronic fuel injection should be coming this year too. So there's a lot of different little upgrades we're doing to them. I think you guys have probably seen on the website, we have new pistons, rods, ring kits now. They're looking at getting the blocks redone, so we can kind of, if you need an engine, we can replace an engine pretty soon, hopefully.
And maybe a replacement clock.
Yeah,
because like
I've tried a couple different companies with that, and you know, it might happen.
Well, because I got one for my car, because like obviously mine is like a, you know, like late, like December, like it's a 82, but built in December, and it always bothered me that the car didn't have a clock. So then the guy in Germany, Michael Wagner, like he has this company that makes those incredible clocks that are like so bright and the display is bigger, since most of us like need reading glasses. So like the small display is not very handy. And like, you know, for all the people that have cars where they want to have the clock in, and especially also because like Houston, and you got obviously as well, like you only sell like the piece that still has like the hole for the clock in.
Right.
So like a replacement clock, because like mine already had the cables and everything was in the car.
Right.
For the original clock, so you just had to plug it in.
Right.
It was
Yeah,
like,
every harness had that clock plug
exactly.
in.
You know.
Well, they have the little coin tray option too now.
Right. I was just going to say, we have that, which looks really nice actually.
Yeah.
But I haven't heard any rumors on the grapevine of getting that redone. I had a digital company make me some that looked really close and looked really nice. They made about 20 of them for me, and we started putting them in cars. This was years ago, probably more than 10 years ago. But just about every one of them came back. They were defective. They tried to fix them. They fixed them, and it wouldn't work. I just haven't found a company to make something dependable enough.
Yeah. Yeah, the one that I use now, like, and I have it in now for like 8 months, and it also has a backup battery in it. So, like, you know, if you kill your battery, it's not that you have to, you know, do the setting all over again. And those batteries usually run for like 5-6 years, and then you have to replace it once, but like every 5-6 years, I think that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Right. But we'll see. We'll see what other things come through the grapevine this year.
Josh, how about LSDeLorean? Anything new on the horizon for LSDeLorean or from LSDeLorean? So it's not just engine swaps. We installed your brake kit on a local owner here in California, the LBBK, I think it was, the Little Big Brake Kit. Anything else?
You did that.
Yeah.
You did that a while ago. Yeah. I got some stuff planned on my car. In terms of me offering things, in a bit of a tough situation right now, all out of Midwest, but I don't want to get into that too much. But it's still, the gears are still turning in my head, and the products that I've established are still out there. So it just it's a little bit, it's too bad that the what happened in the past couple of years. But anyway, my car specifically, I can certainly comment on that. I got a few upgrades to do. I put almost 10,000 miles on it this summer. I plan on doing that again next summer. I want to, you saw it with the Stinger swap DeLorean. So Nick Reed laid down a good time. I think he put down a 11.6 in the quarter mile. So I want to match that or beat it. I think I got the hardware for it. So I was was out at the drag strip this past year, and I realized that I am not a very talented drag racer. So I got some practicing to do there, but the car wants to do it. So, and I'll do some supporting upgrades this winter. So, and then obviously just do my annual winter updates to make the car a little bit better for the next year. So, and then just the whole engine swap community in general, myself excluded even, but as we're seeing, electric conversions are becoming a bigger thing. There's always been electric conversions in the community, but with the Tesla parts are becoming even more of a thing, which is awesome. And more four-cylinder swaps happening. There's Volkswagen stuff and Honda stuff, and there's some GM four-cylinders out there, and yeah, I think I don't want to be a broken record about the engine swap stuff, but I think that the community is kind of reinventing itself, and like Danny was saying, with all these new parts being made, like we're kind of cresting over a new horizon where these cars are getting another lease on life. So I think it's an awesome time to be a DeLorean owner, and also like he was saying, the values are going up. I think they're stabilizing a little bit now, but the market's always crazy. You've had several videos about that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think it's an awesome time to have a DeLorean, and it can be whatever you want it to be, whatever your imagination made it to be. So yeah, so, and that's not just what engine it has, but yeah.
Well said.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and do my closing because I got to get to work early in the morning. So, but in celebration of what John did and the legacy that he has done, not just with GM, but being the man he is just Mr. Creative. He is an engineer in his own right. And it proved that when he went on his own and developed a car that would last as long as the owners want it to last, it is absolutely holding true. And because you're seeing 2/3 of these cars still running today. And that, my friends, is just a legacy in itself. And I appreciate each and every one of you, especially you, Danny. You're keeping these cars on the road. And of course, everyone on this panel, our beloved DeLorean owners, you guys are the rock stars. You guys are the heroes. You guys are the ones that inspire not just every one of us in our community, but everyone who sees your car, because they see a dream. They see the DeLorean passing by and they stop for that moment. And then they remember, what were they doing back in the 80s? What were they doing when that car got introduced? And you stop for a moment. And even to this day, I go to a gas station and, a gentleman will come up or a woman will come up and they go, "Is that the car?" And I said, "Yes." And of course I say, "You have a cell phone? Come on in, go right in that driver's seat and live your dream." And let me tell you, the smiles that come out is just priceless. So keep the dream alive. John, we love you very, very much. And we love your family very, very much. And thank you for everything that you have done for the past, our present, and of course, the future generations that is going to have these cars. Thank you.
Amen. Thanks, Roland. And thanks a lot, Roland, for everything you've done for the community through the DeLorean Owners Association and DeLorean Expo.
Oh, thank you.
I had the privilege, and thank you so much for DeLorean Expo 2019. That was an awesome event. I know Danny, you were there. Trying to see if anyone else here. Ron was there. Chris missed it. But that was an awesome event. I mean,
we're planning on more like that. So hopefully 2025, we'll land some date. We're trying to nail a date, and I was targeting June over in Fullerton. So we're going to see if we can make that happen, and then and start doing these events. And of course, 2026 is Eurofest. That's the big one. And as a matter of fact, we'll be doing another track cleanup coming up in the spring and in the summer to keep the track beautiful over in Belfast. We did a wonderful program. David Mathers and David Abe over in Belfast is the head of the project last June. Did an event over there. Turned out to be a wonderful event. And great. Then after the winter has gone through, we're going to get the track cleaned up again. And we're going to do that for coming up in March. And because we made a commitment to the factory over there, Montupet. We made a commitment to keep the track clean and keeping it beautiful. So appreciate you all.
Thanks a lot, Roland. Appreciate you as well.
Have a great night. Thank you so much and Todd, great job tonight. That was wonderful. And keep the dream alive, everyone. Thank you very much for all that you do.
Well said.
Well said. Thanks a lot, Roland.
Rich and I have to leave. I know that Alex has to leave, but we have to leave too. It's been a pleasure being with you guys. Alex, you probably should speak before us because it's 5:15 in the morning. But thank you so much for putting this together. It was amazing.
It's 6:15.
But like, I'm just so used to be up all night, with like all, pretty much all my people living.
Don't you be laughing there, Eric.
Sorry.
Eric works nights, so he's up every night too.
I'm up till 5 anyway, so good job, buddy.
Gentlemen, I got to clock out. I still got to go shopping for food for my mom at 11 o'clock tonight.
Tom and Rich, thank you so much for joining.
See you guys.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks.
We're pulling this together, Todd. Thank you so much for having us be a part of it.
Yep. Looking forward to the next DCS, guys.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that will be fun.
Maybe one more of these before that. We'll see.
Again, yeah, there's going to be several of these. So DeLorean 100.
Yeah, you said a couple of them. So
yeah. Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Good night, gentlemen.
Good night.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks, guys.
So that's the plan, right? So DeLorean 100, and when I came up with this idea, right, it was really going to be just one episode, and it was for, to celebrate John's 100th birthday. Then I'm thinking, well, how many people can I get for this thing? And it got like, well, it's going to be too big, too many people. So I'm like, you know what? Why not just have more than one? Do it monthly or whenever, right? And we can bring in others from the community, right? So, I got questions. Hey, you didn't invite, what about Tamir? Or what about Jordan? Or, all these other guys. You can't invite everybody, but why not just, schedule another one in the near future? So that's the plan. So we can keep these going, right? And I think it's definitely something, it's about time. No pun intended. Let's see here. Questions from the chat. And this might be a question, for Danny. Will there be any upgrades for internal engine parts that will allow forced induction. Parts or kits that end users or owners can install for themselves.
Not that I'm aware of. Right now, we're kind of reproducing the stock parts so we can actually start building fresh engines.
Right.
Besides our stage 2, there may be a stage 3 later on when we get the other things straightened out. But right now, stage 2 is the way to go.
Right.
To do that right now, stock, because, like I said, we're trying to just concentrate on that right now and keep it going. Honestly, keep everything going nicely.
Right. Let's see here. Alrighty.
With those forced induction parts, too, I assume that they're talking about like forged connecting rods and pistons and stuff like that. But the crankcase ventilation system too is a good area to address on the PRV for forced induction. That not a lot of people address, but there's definitely ways to safely and unsafely boost a PRV.
So that was one of the questions too in the chat. How would stronger, i.e. forged connecting rods, internals in the PRV affect the value of the car?
I don't think anybody would know.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't think anybody would know at all. As long as you keep it stock looking on the outside, it's not going to affect it, I don't believe.
It might help the value, right? I mean,
it might, if you tell somebody, I got some bitchin' internals in my engine, it's been beefed up and all that kind of stuff, yeah. I mean, like a stage 2, you do a stage 2, it beefs up the value of a car.
Right.
Yes. Yeah.
So is there a challenge, though, Danny, for when it comes to the stage 3 that we keep hearing about? What is the challenge exactly?
Just to find the right supercharger, the right fit. We played with it a couple of, we had a stage 3 at one point. We played with that for a while, and we sold a few of those, and they were fast cars. We've gone to talk to a few companies over the years. B&M wanted to do a supercharger for us. They kind of dropped out. It's just you gotta look at it too when you're getting things done, especially performance things. There isn't many of us out there to do it, and a lot of companies don't want to talk to you unless you're buying 3,000, 10,000 of a part. And that makes it hard, when the economy kind of drops, all those kind of companies want to talk to you, and they'll be okay doing lower numbers for us. When the economy's good, they want to do, order 10,000 or we don't want to talk to you, So it's a challenge that you run into in this company of trying to get stuff done,
Yeah, no, I hear you. Question about turbochargers versus superchargers. And, originally I think John DeLorean through Legend Industries was planning on turbocharging the PRV. Yeah, twin turbo. And why has DMC gone with a supercharged upgrade as opposed to twin turbo?
Runs cooler.
Runs cooler?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, the PRV engine never was really meant for a turbo. And a lot of people put them on. Now, of course, the ones that he had Legend do, that engine was built for it all the way through. So that was good. But when you put a supercharger on, a stock DeLorean engine, they just don't hold up. You usually blow out the rings in number 4 cylinder. Number 4 runs the leanest. Years ago, I see people blowing them up all the time. They don't get, but they hear it pinging and they don't get out of it, and they end up blowing rings. So I got quite a few engines sitting here on stands that were turbos.
Mm-hmm.
So here in California now, you just can't smog a turbo. So anybody comes in California with a turbo, we just take off anyway. But when we take it off, we tell them especially a new owner that buys a car with a turbo, be prepared. There might be some internal engine damage. You know, even though we take off the turbo, we'll usually take off the turbo, do a compression check, and see. But yeah, there's been a lot of problems with turbos over the years.
Okay, so here's a good question. This could be for anyone. What do you think John DeLorean would have envisioned for the DeLorean if he were alive today? Any thoughts on that?
Didn't he have some concepts already drawn up in the mid to late 80s?
Yeah, the red one.
Yeah.
Oh, the red car, yeah.
Yeah.
But if we were alive today, 2025.
Honestly, if I'm going to chime in a little bit, I honestly think it would be really close to what the Alpha 5. Because John DeLorean, you know, talking to the engineers while they were, you know, designing the Alpha 5, you know, they made a point to me, because I was reluctant at first looking at it, going, that doesn't look like, you know, the DeLorean. But they did remind me of something. They said, Danny, if John DeLorean was a visionary, he saw what people wanted. He saw new ideas, new concepts. The new DeLorean that would have been made in just say this year, 2005, would look nothing like our cars today. It wouldn't. As much as we love our cars, and I will love it till the day I die, this car, it wouldn't be made anywhere near it.
Exactly. Because, like, I also believe that would have never been his goal, like, to repeat the same thing over and over. Just what Dustin said, you know, like the concept he had like in the late 80s looked nothing like a DeLorean. And I think the only reason why people complain about the change is because like we're only used to that one specific model. If there would have been a constant upgrade, I mean, nobody like if you look at a BMW, when a new BMW comes out, nobody will complain, oh, it doesn't look like the one from 81.
Mm-hmm.
You know, nobody else does that, but because we only have one version to look at, and then it gets changed. It's like, I see that all the time, you know, when guitar companies, all of a sudden, like after like 50, 60 years, they change something and then people are complaining, but it's only because you're only used to one version. It's the same with like remakes of movies. Like I mean, we all saw, you know, like the original Planet of the Apes, and then you haven't seen anything between then and now, and then there comes the new one out, and the people that are used to the original one, they will complain, well, it's not like the original one, but that's just because there's always this huge time gap between, and like the further we go, I mean, now it's 25 and it's been like, yeah, over 40 years, you know, so there's a big gap. And when I also saw those comments, oh, it doesn't look like the old ones. Like, you know, do you still look the same? I mean, do you still wear the same clothes? Do you still wear your hair like that? I mean, like, I'm probably like the exception for that because I still run around like it's 87 or something. But for most people, they change.
Yeah. Everything. I mean, look at a Corvette. You know, look at a first Corvette. Look at a Corvette nowadays. You know, everything changes.
Exactly, but nobody really complains about that. They only complain like maybe like to the previous model, but like nobody will ever say like, oh, the C8 looks so different than the C1 does. Nobody really does that, you know. So it's
yeah. One thing I might note is he would look back at the implementation of some of the ideas he came up with, but then later failed, meaning like he had replaceable body panels. Okay, that's understood. And if you damaged a body panel, you'd take it off and put a new body panel on. Well, if you remember how the Fiero and several other cars were created, those were plastic body panels, which were along the same lines. And to this day, and a lot of people don't realize that, but usually the front two quarter panels on a lot of GM cars, those are themselves plastic, but you don't know it because they paint them pretty darn well to look like the rest of the car.
Yeah.
But then going back to why is it that they don't build them like the Fiero anymore, or it's sort of like they learned to use his idea, but then they backed out of it. And you have to look at all the different issues that were involved as to why it was a good idea and then why it wasn't a good idea. And then we'd like to hear John's opinion as to, okay, what did they do wrong? And we don't have that perspective.
Well, a lot of body, like you were saying, going back to body panels, I think a lot of that changed just for the sake of crash testing. You know, crash testing changed everything. Aerodynamics changed everything. You know, so certain things have to change with it. And, you know, cars are meant to crumble now and absorb all the impact, not like a car in the 70s where there were tanks. You know, things change for a lot of different reasons, and that's probably one of them.
Yeah, absolutely.
On the subject of acquiring a DeLorean, would you recommend buying a non-running car and with a rusted chassis for $29,000 from Beverly Hills Car Club as a project car? See,
no.
Oh,
Not unless you want a good project and do it yourself. When they're
There's
that
like
bad,
multiple red flags.
Yeah, that's a hard no, actually.
Unless you're somebody that has nothing to do and then is able to do it himself, but like
No,
if you
no,
buy a
it still
car for
doesn't
like
make sense.
30,000 and like, oh no, I'm just gonna bring it to Danny, he gonna fix it. It won't cost more than like 6,000.
That's a lot of people.
You have those people that think like that. Well, how much can it be to fix the car? You know, it's only like, you know.
well, there's cars that people bring in that are basket cases, Chris. That I tell them straight out, I don't want to take your money. I don't want to wait to have you give me a whole bunch of money to fix a car that's never going to be right. You know, it's just too much.
Unless unless it's a car that has like a real history, like Roberts, you know, like
the KISS
like
car,
the Holy Grail DeLorean, you know, because like the one that belonged to Ace, I mean, like that car, that suffered more than anyone can imagine. But like, it's a piece of history. I mean, like every KISS fan knows that car, and that's the reason why pretty much every KISS fan knows what a DeLorean is. And then also in the DeLorean community, you know, like people know about the story and everything, you know, so it's like that's just like that's different. But if it's just a car that belonged to, you know, Jim Bungo or like, you know, you know,
John
like
Doe,
it's like, no.
Yeah, I
You
would
know,
say
a lot of those cars end up getting parted out. That's a lot of the stuff that Rich and I did. Some of those cars that were in complete dire straits that came along my path, and I mean, I can't even show you guys because I don't have any access to them right now, but I had 10, 15 cars in my driveway where there were maybe half of that car was in good shape, and the owners, they just didn't know what to do with it. But I would look left, look right, and I'd see two other cars that were in equal shape. Two of them would equal one good car, but neither of those owners had any interest in spending 20 or 30 grand to save them. And you'd end up parting both those cars out to build at least one good car. But if that owner didn't want to, you know, sell the car for 15 grand, you know, I saw some of these cars get towed out of there, and I'm like, where do they go? Where are these good parts, good fenders? I mean, I bought cars just for left front fenders, good hoods, good, you know, pontoons. But the rest of it, I mean, those frames, when they were rotted out, and you had to tell the guy, I wouldn't drive this thing. If you hit the brakes hard enough, this thing is going to fold in on you. But the body and the fenders, everything was good. But that frame looked like it should be sitting next to the Titanic, because the guy didn't know the underlying secret that the car, it was beautiful on the outside, but underneath was just hiding that devastation.
No, that's. I'd like to see them all saved, but when car and being that the prices have gone up like they have now, it makes it able to do it. When I first got started, cars were 20 grand. The car comes in with a whole bunch of work on it. Even at labor prices were a little different back then and stuff like that, but it was a lot harder to spend big dollars on a car that was only worth 20-25 grand. Now that the cars are worth close to 100 grand, it makes it more worthwhile to put it in, to put that money into a car to keep it running. And I just I love bringing a car back, and I've brought some really big, huge basket cases here over the years back, and it's great to do it. Because there's a lot of cars. I had a guy dump a whole bunch of money into a car. It was used to be his dad's, so it had a lot of sentimental value to it. But realistically, dollar-wise, probably didn't make sense, but it meant something to him, and it was fun to do it. It was great to actually bring that car back and not have to junk it.
It's just amazing, like certain items, like also, in regards to the DeLorean, that were probably like thrown away, like left and right, like. I remember like talking to James, first it was Steven, like a couple of years ago, because I love those original cleaning bottles and I have like a shelf full of them. And then Steven was just laughing, because he was like, yeah, we always threw those out. Like when a car came in with a bunch of like, the original bottles, because like, and they were just throwing the stuff away, and now people go crazy about those bottles.
Yeah.
And I mean, like, you just have to empty them. Like, I always do that, like, when I'm in the States, and then I got some of them from you, or like, from Robert, and like, I always clean them in my hotel room, and the hotel staff afterwards, they hate me, like, because the stuff that's inside those bottles, it stinks so terrible.
Yeah.
When the maid comes in, or like she comes out when you get into the room, and you get this mean face because like the bathroom smells like somebody just got killed.
We'll just go eat.
Yeah, but like, I mean, like you guys were like threw so much of that stuff just away because it didn't have any value. I mean, like in the 90s, there was just like a stupid bottle with something that you can't use anymore.
Right. No, I threw a ton of them away. Yeah. A story I heard one time from the Quality Assurance Center. It was right down here in Irvine. Had a guy that used to work there come in and told me, he says, yeah, cars come in from the factory. They would fix them. If they had a dent, they'd take their panel off and put a new panel on. They had a pile of stainless steel panels, everything. Just piles of them sitting on the side. It was worth nothing to them. They had the scrap guys come pick them up, junk them. They had too many fascias. They'd just chop them in half and throw them in the trash. It's just how much got thrown away. It's just sickening.
Yeah.
Another question in the chat here. What's the best way to purchase a DeLorean these days, in your guys' opinion, from a certified DMC shop/vendor or private seller?
I gotta head out, guys. It's almost midnight here in
All right, Josh.
Midwest. Thanks for having me.
Hey, thanks, Josh. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, have a good night, guys.
Good night.
See you later, guys.
Good night.
Well, I'm going to kind of answer that question a little bit. If you're looking to buy a DeLorean, the first thing to do is get the book that James Espy wrote. Is How to Buy a DeLorean. It's in the website at DeLorean.com.
Yeah.
It teaches you a lot
good idea.
of what to look for, what not to look for. Do that first, And, if you're buying from a DMC, shop, go look at it. Go talk to the guys about it. We're all here to help out. If you're buying it from a private individual, we're happy to help there too. You can email me, James, Robert, and we'll be happy to look at the car and say, yeah, that's good. This is what's wrong. This is what's wrong. there's tons of help out there. The community is out there too. I mean, look on Facebook. You know, I try to answer some things when people have tech things on Facebook, but there's 20 people that answered before me, and it's just like there's so much help out there with everybody. So, you know, use that. Use all of us if you're looking to buy a new car. Because the worst thing in the world is to buy a car and then find out that something is terribly wrong with it and you're unhappy, you know. So reach out, do your diligence, ask people.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
I have some notes too, Todd. I think I've had them all. I bought them private party. I bought some, you know, I bought my second car from DeLorean, Florida. And it's a really tough one because going through a vendor like DeLorean isn't a bad thing at all. You might pay a premium sometimes, depending on the car, of course, like, you know, any dealer you would. But the issue is the private party cars, if there's a good deal, this is where it's really tough is because if there's a good deal, you have to act on it really fast. And two of the cars that I bought were pretty good deals, but like there was no room or there wasn't time for me to like ask for support or, you know, or maybe it was a weekend I couldn't call Danny or I couldn't text them or couldn't call, you know, Chris, whatever. And that's where it's really tough because I always recommend what Danny just said is if you can see a car in person, 100%. If you can spend time with it, 100%. But every now and then there's these damn good deals out there that are so good that you almost have to buy the car sight unseen. And I don't recommend that at all. But sometimes you have to if you want a good deal. You know, now if someone has the money and they don't care, you know, for the price, then 100%, you know, you take your time or 100%, you know, go to, you know, to one of the DeLorean dealers because yeah, you can spend time with it. Like, for example, when I bought my car, Robert sent me detailed photos of like, you know, the relays, the frame, like he gave me a complete work history of what's been done to the car, which most times, you know, depending on the private party, like for example, some private parties, you know, it's either, you know, a son or daughter selling it for their deceased parents, right? So they may not know a bunch of information on it. Or if it's good, you could buy it from the actual person that's on the car themselves and they give you full, you know, full history. So it's really just varies. But I know for people who really want those, you always hear people say, oh, I really want it's a cheap deal, a really good deal. Like if you do want one, you just have to be prepared to act fast and be prepared to possibly buy a lemon or possibly buy a car with some serious issues. It's a gamble.
Yeah, you got to be careful. I've seen some bad stories. You know, I had one customer of mine. I won't say who he was, but he came here looking to buy a car. He was looking at everything, very picky, wanted a perfect car. Long story short, I come into work one morning and he's out front with his brand new car he just got. And he said, yeah, I got it. I got a perfect, beautiful car. And I kind of walked by it. I looked at it. I went, yeah, this thing's been wrecked on the whole left side. You could see the repairs in the stainless. You could see the cracks in the fiberglass underneath the windows and stuff. And he just, you know, and he bought it, you know, and, you know, he still has it today, but, you know, it wasn't what he thought. So just be careful, you know, just be very careful out there what it is. It's, you know, we're looking at 40-year car, you know, it's as good as how someone's taken care of it for the last 40 years.
And
exactly. And like, especially, I mean, like in the States, it's a little bit easier than here in Europe because, like, if you want to buy a DeLorean, like, I don't trust any German car dealers or whatever, like, you know, German cars that are for sale, because there's always been some shit done to the car that, like, costs you an arm and a leg. And I always believe it's much easier to buy the stuff in the States. Because here, like, the only person I really trust, like, to have the car go through is like the guy that I always use for all my repairs. And he's in Belgium. And he's pretty much like, he's like a ghost in the DeLorean world. But like everyone that lives in Belgium or France, they all go to him. But like outside of those territories, nobody knows about that guy. And like, he did such an incredible job on my car. Like, like this was like 3 years ago, and the car drives so perfect. And now this year I will just bring it there. So he goes through everything again. And lucky enough, like 20 minutes away from my house, there's a Bosch Classic Center. And they know everything about the K-Jetronic. They have like two old guys working there. It's kind of like, like the Medlock of, the K-Jetronic. And when I got there and just to have it checked, and like they knew exactly like what to do. Like they didn't have to look for anything or nothing. They were just, oh, finally one of those again. And one guy was just like rolling in that machine, and the other guy was just like pulling all the stuff, tuck, tuck, tuck. And was it like 10 minutes? No, you're fine. Like, and they knew exactly what they were doing. And funny enough, they even train younger mechanics to learn the same stuff because like swear those guys must have been like in the 70s or something. They looked super old, so obviously like they won't do their job that much longer, but at least they train a new generation of mechanics to work on that stuff.
No, when you said old K-Jet mechanics, I'm going, that's all there is old K-Jet mechanics. There's no young ones.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but like they have new ones there because like I was talking about that. So like how much longer are you gonna do that job? It was like, yeah, no, don't worry. Like we have two guys, like that we train, to work on all those systems because obviously they have all the machines and and they were talking about like how they have places where they send in like warm-up regulators or whatsoever, to rebuild them. And it's all like, that's typical German, but that's actually in that case, it's good because like everything has to be done by the book, like if they rebuild your warm-up regulator, you get a warranty for that and everything, 'cause like German laws are so strict. If a dealership sells you something, because like in the States, you have that rule, somebody buys something, the warranty is like 30 days or something for a used part. Not in Germany. In Germany, it has to be for used parts or something. They have to give you a warranty for, I think, like 1 or 2 years.
Wow. California, they don't do that.
Yeah.
United States, you buy a used part, you buy it usually as is.
Exactly. Like the car ran when I parked it like in 1992 or something like that.
Wow. Any other questions there?
Got another question.
Okay.
Here's a good one. How do you convince your wife that a DMC-12 is actually genuinely a good investment?
Get her drunk. Glass of nice, her favorite wine. And show her how the prices have increased over the last few years, and that they keep going up. All kinds of things like that.
And have enough money to buy her dream car at the same time.
There you go. Yeah, might have to add some foot massages in there or something like that too.
That's a tough one. I don't know. That is buy the DeLorean before you get married. I don't know.
Yeah.
Marry someone who likes DeLoreans.
I've seen that too. That's honestly a sad time when I see somebody that's been a DeLorean owner for a while. They get married, and they go, "Yeah, I'm gonna have kids. I can't take it. Can't put a kid in DeLorean. I have to sell it." That's a sad time because they won't want it. A few of them has come back after, but.
Yeah, but like there's always the solution. You just put the wife on the luggage rack and put the kid on the passenger seat.
There you go.
And then this way she also has to watch her weight so you don't end up with like, somebody that gets bigger.
I don't think you want to go there.
Though. I'm really curious what the consensus is of how many wives are like the car or like support their husbands like having, or vice versa too, women that own DeLoreans as well. But I'm really curious about the spouses of how many people like actually support, like, yes, I love that car, like, yes, keep buying more parts. I was
You
curious.
know what? My wife, she came from Poland. I met her, and I had three. I had my 81, my 82, and my 83. I have two kids. I sold my first, my 83, when my son was born in 2011. I sold my 82 when my daughter Natalie was born 2 years later. And I told her, we're going to have two kids. I kept my 81, my November build. I said, we're having two kids. I'm not selling my first wife. That's the end of it. So she refers to my car as my first wife. She has no idea about cars. She says, it looks like a refrigerator. She thinks it looks stupid, and I could care less about it. But we have two kids, and my first wife is my favorite, and then I've got Aggie. So I'll never get rid of my second love. I love my wife, but my DeLorean, I've had that thing in my heart since I was a kid. When I finally found it, that's the end of that. My wife, yeah. But that car, a wife will never understand the love that a man has for that goddamn car. I'm just telling you guys right now. And Rich, he hung up, but he's still asking if I'm still on the phone right now with you guys. But he's been with me through 2 World of Wheels and 2 fiancés. That DeLorean that I have, unless you know how much all of you guys know about that car and how fond you are of that weird car's idiosyncrasies and how cult-like it is. That car means more to most people than any other car in history. My son, and honestly, you guys, I'm working on F-35 parts right now, and I've stopped doing what I'm doing just to talk to you guys about this. That car is my garage queen. But since my son was born, I've put more miles on my trophy queen than I ever did. It came out of hibernation, and since my kid, Jason, since he was born, and I put a car seat in my car, and my trophy queen has got 2 World of Wheels titles. It never did anything until he actually started looking at it. And after that, it was pretty much like, what am I saving my car for? The next guy? No. It's going to be his car, and I'm going to put it through its paces because that's what he wants. So, I've heard you guys talk, for the last few hours. That car is my son's. I could care less. It's got 32,000 miles on it. I bought it with 9. It's going to be his car. If I do an engine swap on it, it's not because it needs it. It's because he wants it. And my car is beautiful. But my wife has 0 say in that car. If I come down to putting an engine in it, it's just because my son says, hey, John DeLorean wanted a 3-rotor. I'll do it for him. And I have one sitting in the garage, but I don't want to because the thing is perfect. But the day that my son says, hey, Dad, let's just toss it in there just to see what it does, I'm going to say, you know what? We just got to find a trans out of a Porsche. Let's go buy a Porsche. Don't tell your mom. And wives don't know about that car. All they know is, oh, it's got nice leg room. My biggest thing is my wife can't drive stick, so she'll never touch that damn car.
There you go.
That and the fact that she can't, she can't understand why the window is this big. And the air conditioner, well, she doesn't understand the air conditioning because I drove it last summer with her, and she's like, it's so hot in here. It's like, it's fine. It's the 80s. You just don't understand. Cars back then had air conditioning, but they don't work like your normal car of today's standards. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
I love that. The fact that I get out of the car and my left leg is hurting me, I love that part about it.
You need
why do you look so tired? What do you mean? I'm not tired. I just worked out. That's the fun part about it. She would never understand it. You should get rid of it and buy a new Corvette or something.
No. That's good. That's the passion that us DeLorean owners have. Although I don't own a DeLorean right now. I just sold my DeLorean.
Oh, yeah. I heard, and that was to Gabriel Iglesias, right?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Yeah. Comedian Fluffy.
Fluffy, yeah.
Cool guy, really cool guy. But
are
so
you
now
allowed?
I'm looking for another one so I can build another Back to the Future car.
Are you allowed to let us know how much?
Right?
What I sold it?
Garage,
Yeah.
You guys know that guy, right?
I'm sorry.
You guys know Hoovy, that YouTuber. Hoovy
Yeah,
Garage?
yeah.
There's a guy right by us that bought his car, and we met him at a car show at Harper not too long ago. Little kid.
Yeah.
And this car looks like it's been through hell. I mean, when I saw this thing, it looked like it's been sitting in the desert for 10 years, all beat up, completely horrible. And when you see it on like the YouTube channel, it looked okay, but this kid and his mom, you know, they couldn't have loved this thing more than, you know, a dog that wandered up that needed a home. But, you know, that's the type of thing. Like, and there was a little kid and his mom. So, and the mom's driving this thing.
No.
So was that the car that was in Hoovy's video, Never Buy a Cheap DeLorean?
Yes.
That's it.
Okay.
No, I've seen that.
But,
Yeah.
you know, and that's the thing. That car has an owner that has passion and love, and they're going to probably put that thing through its paces, and they're going to bring it back to where it needs to be. So,
So going back to Fluffy's new DeLorean, manual or automatic?
Automatic.
Automatic.
Black. It was my ideal car, honestly, and I loved having it, a nice stock car, because I'm, you know, every car I've ever had over the years has been Back to the Future. But I wanted a black interior, automatic with the large stripe on the side. That's my ideal, perfect DeLorean. So, and I've loved driving it. I've had a lot of fun doing it, but I miss the Back to the Future stuff. Actually, I miss doing a lot of the gigs, and making the money doing the gigs is fun too. But yeah, I miss having a Back to the Future car. So I'm looking for another you know, gray interior DeLorean, and I'll switch it over to Back to the Future and start having fun with it again.
Yeah, that was also with my caller. Like when I saw that one, and it was like, you know, it had the white stripes on, and I was like, okay, the rest can't be that bad. Like it has the white stripes on and the gray interior. And I was like, okay. And I had two friends of mine checking the car, even they were no DeLorean experts, but we just used James' book and, you know, standing at the car and just like reading through everything. Yeah, no, that's okay. No, that's okay. Yeah, no, that part I can order. And then it had to be that one, because the guy also had another one that only had like, I think like 4,000 miles on it. And I was like, no, I'm not going to buy that one. Plus it had the gas flap, which kind of like irritated me. So I was like, no, doesn't. Well, because here in Germany, like I think I told some of you guys that thing, like I was at a car show like a couple of years ago, and this farmer redneck guy was like, oh, what is this car, blah, blah, blah. Like stuff he had no clue about. And then like he said something, no, his girlfriend said something like, oh, where's the, you know, where you fill up the car? And because the guy made already those stupid remarks, I said like, no, it's solar powered. Like just touch the stainless, because you don't see a gas flap anywhere. And then like in the heat, the car heats up, and then you can drive for like 3 minutes. And they believe that.
Yeah, he gets some crazy stuff. I was filling up my Back to the Future car, my last one, at a gas station one time. This guy walks up to me and goes, "Is this an electric car?" I'm going, filling gas.
That's a good one.
But honestly, what the funniest and craziest, I'll stop after this, but I was out doing a show with my Back to the Future car, and it was in a convention center parked. This guy comes up, he's looking at it, he's going, "Wow, this is great." You know, he looks around, he spent some time walking around the car. He says, "My God, this car is really great, but you went through all that work. Why didn't you make it to scale?" I went, "What? Why'd you make it so small?" I went, "No, this is a DeLorean. It must have been the first DeLorean he's ever seen."
Yeah, that's funny.
You guys ever get anybody telling you it's a kit car and it's not real?
I've had people ask
Yeah.
me if it's a kit car. Yeah.
Yep. Is it
I
a
hate
real
that.
car? Yeah.
Yeah.
You go fill up at the gas station and somebody's like, "Oh, have you ever seen a real one?" And you tell them this is, and they're like, "Ah, there's no way. This would be worth $1 million. It's a kit car. It's not real." I'm like,
I think I, get
wish
that
they made a
question.
kit car.
I think I get that question more than, "Hey, do you have the flux capacitor?" It's like, "Is this a real car? You know, like, how did you get it here and stuff?" I was like, "I drove it."
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
I got several questions when we're at the Segerstrom for Back to the Future the musical. A lot of people couldn't believe it was an actual real car, right? Anyway.
That was fun. I did the LA one. I got to drive Bob Gale up to the.
Oh, nice.
We had like 3 Back to the Future cars and 1 stock car up in the LA Pantages Theater, and we stayed there till showing people the cars, and we drove everybody up. Robert Zemeckis, Bob Gale, the stars from the show. It was a great time.
So
doing
was Chris Lloyd, was he there?
Chris Lloyd was not there that night.
Not there?
No.
Okay.
No.
So
Yeah.
Claudia was there, right?
Claudia was there.
Okay.
I didn't see her out by the cars, but she did go on. She was up on stage and stuff. So yeah, I saw her.
Okay. Who else from the cast showed up?
Marty's mom. I can't think of the name.
Leah Thompson. Yeah.
Leah Thompson. Yeah, I think she came a little late. She was on the schedule for us to drive up, and she never made it, I guess, in time to do the drive up in front of the theater. But
That's cool.
But they had Michael Zane was there too, or is it Michael Zane? What's
Billy Zane.
this
Billy
band?
Zane?
Billy Zane.
Billy
Thank
Zane.
you,
Billy
Billy
Zane,
Zane.
yeah.
Yeah, he was up there on stage. They did a great thing. Bob Gale went up there, made a great speech, and brought all the stars. And it's kind of funny seeing Claudia walk up to her person playing Claudia, and just seeing the actors, interact with the people acting them, was kind of cool. But really, if you haven't seen the play, it's really entertaining. It's great.
What did they consult you, Danny, on anything? Just curious. Through Bob?
I think Bob called me about asking the measurements on the vents. Because he wanted the Back to the Future vents, and so I sent his guy the measurements. I don't know if they use the exact measurements. I'm not sure, but yeah, before they were building the first prop car, they were asking about some of the Back to the Future stuff.
What did you think about the prop car that they used? Any thoughts on that?
I liked it. I think it did a great job.
It's kind of cool, huh?
I thought it did a really nice one. I'd love to see it up close. But yeah, I think they did. It was a neat touch where they had kind of made it voice activated remote control through the thing.
Right.
Different.
Yeah.
The tweaks they made to it worked really well, I thought.
Yeah. No, I agree. I could see why they made some of those tweaks, because if you're far away, right, like the taillights were lit all kind of weird, right? But from far away, I mean, it stands out. So
it does.
It made sense to, it's funny because, when we showed up, people were asking me, "Hey, so is the DeLorean in there? Is it a real DeLorean?" Like, yeah, it is. I thought it was.
Oh yeah.
I couldn't find out. Immediately saw it, knew it wasn't, but I was like, that thing's actually kind of cool.
It is.
So.
And I think it is a little bit smaller scale. It isn't exactly the same size.
Right. Yeah.
Did you guys ever have any weird coincidences, where somebody had no idea what it actually is?
Oh, I've had one time where I got I've had a couple of people that had no idea what the car was. I've had people walk in here too going, "I thought that was just they built after the movie. I didn't know it was a real car." I get that a lot.
I had the experience last summer or the year before. I went to this American car show, and they had this, I don't know where that person came from, that checks everybody in. And then she says to me "No, this is an American car show. This is not for Suzuki."
But is it an American car? See, that's a big debate in car shows. It's an American car company built in Belfast, Ireland. So
exactly.
So an amusing story from the chat here along those lines, and it's kind of an extreme case, and I guess it happened in Switzerland. from Marty DMC12. I once read a story, maybe on DMC Talk, about a guy who imported a DeLorean into Switzerland. And the government wanted him to remove the gull wing doors because they thought that was a customer modification and not allowed.
Oh, wow.
There's a video about that guy where he tells this story, and also was like, Switzerland, it's insane. If you import a car to Switzerland, that's like, I don't know, like going into Russia and wearing a Donald Trump hat or something like that. You know, it's just like you have to go through so like, and the tests for emissions and stuff, they're not cheap. It's like a test costs like a few thousand. You know, so and yeah, he was the guy where that happened to, was the doors. They were like, no, you have to change the doors.
Wow. Well, every country has its own rules and things you got to do. I mean,
yeah.
In Australia, they couldn't import a DeLorean in unless it became over 30 years old. Because if it was under 30 years old, they had to switch it to right-hand drive.
Yeah. And then plus the shipping to Australia is like so insane. I mean, because like to have a car shipped from the States over to Europe is not that expensive, especially if you ship it to Netherlands. It's absolutely okay. Like from New York, from those docks, like Jersey, it costs about like somewhere between like 700 to like, if you have your own container, then obviously it's like 1,600, but you can fit another car in that container. But if you ship it to Australia, it's like, I think like 4 times the distance. And nothing is cheap in Australia. Like I remember like being on tour there, and I had to buy some regular stuff, and like a bottle of shampoo converted to US dollars was like $23.
Wow.
For a regular bottle of conditioner or shampoo, whatever it was. Like the prices are insane. And the drummer that we had with us at that time, he was smoking cigarettes, and a box of cigarettes was about like $30.
Reason to stop smoking.
A pack?
Yeah.
Wow. Question from the chat. What is your favorite driving story? In other words, things that happened to you driving your car. Chris Miles.
Yes.
You gotta have an interesting one. You've had your car since 2009.
Yeah.
And I think you have your ideal car, right?
Yeah, I've always liked the 83. I think the build quality seems to be better in most cases. The only thing that I liked about the 81s is the gas flap hood. So at some point I found a really good gas flap hood, and I put it on my car. So I have kind of like a hybrid now. But I would say cool stories in the car. Probably going to car shows, going on road trips with it. Back in the day, I drove it all the time. It was my everyday car. So interacting with people, you know, it was more frequently back then. Again, same kind of things. People ask you, what is that car? Is that real? And sometimes my buddy and I, we both have cars. We live in the same town, so we would just make up stuff to just throw people off. So we say, oh yeah, no, that's just a Honda Civic with a body kit on it. And then they said, oh really? Because at that point we just want to get people away. We're tired of talking to people about it. But so that's kind of funny. But now that I've had the car a while and I've got, you know, other primary vehicles to drive around, my DeLorean is essentially for pleasure. I just drive it when I need to just kind of decompress, or, you know, I need to, you know, get a little bit of excitement, kind of get rid of some of the dullness of your daily life. You know, you just take the DeLorean out on a nice country back road. You don't have to deal with stoplights. You just drive it. You don't have to deal with parking lots or anything like that. And
It's a
then,
great driving car. It's a great touring car for sure.
yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
And as long as you look after them, they'll keep going. I kind of have a point of pride that ever since I've owned the car, I've never had to have anyone work on it but me. So it's pretty cool.
So you should move to Germany. It would make life much easier. I'll give you my address.
Fly him out. Fly him out. Get a plane ticket.
Absolutely.
So Chris, you reminded me of something that happens quite a bit, and it just happened recently. So I was promoting the musical at the Honda Center, which is where the Ducks play, and Ron was gracious enough to set that up. That was pretty cool. One of the questions I got there, and I've gotten it many times, and this time I decided to answer him a little bit differently, is, and I got a stock car, right? That guy comes up to me and is like, "Hey, was that the car this is the actual car that was in the movie?" I said, "Yeah, it was." I was like, I keep getting that question over and over again, right? And I just thought it was kind of funny. Of course, I said, actually, no, it wasn't. But you can go to the Peterson Museum and see the actual car. Yeah. It's not that far away, yeah. So. But yeah, anyway.
I could think of 2 or 3 times I almost burned law enforcement. I shouldn't really say it that way. I will, sometimes your GPS is set wrong and someone wants to take the shortest route instead of the fastest route. So if you're on a long curvy freeway, it's directing you to take every single off ramp because it's a shorter route by a few inches. So anyway, I'm taking the exit again. And I'm going, okay, I need to reset the settings in this GPS unit, and I notice right behind me with a light on is a motorcycle cop. I'm thinking, oh gee, what did I do? Wasn't paying attention. What I don't know what's going on. So I pull over, and I'm very quickly getting out the paperwork and my license, and I'm looking through my rearview mirror, and the cop stops behind me, and he says something on his radio, and then he very slowly walks all the way around the car to the front, examining it, comes over to the driver's door that I've got open. He says, "Nice car. Have a nice day." Gets back on his motorcycle and takes off. And then another time I was late night driving south from Santa Barbara to Orange County. And apparently one of my driving lights, you're supposed to have a 4 lit up on there. One of the bulbs was out. So I'm just minding my own business. Freeway's pretty much empty. And all of a sudden, here comes a police car. All the lights start blinking, blah, blah, blah. So I'm going, oh, gee, what did I do wrong again? So the guys, I pull over, get off the freeway, get into a gas station, and the officer's telling me, yeah, just turn right, turn left. I'll park right over there. So I'm, okay, no problem. Again, these 2 guys get out and they just start looking at the car. They just wanted to see the car. I hadn't done anything wrong other than just have the light bulb out. So he goes, well, I'm not even going to give you a fix-it ticket, but do you mind if we take pictures with your car? And so they're taking pictures in my car, everything else. And then there was another time getting pictures for N Magazine, which was the magazine for Norwegian Airlines. For some reason, they had their first issue, so they wanted to have a DeLorean on there. And we went up to the park that is just above where Los Angeles Police Department has their firing range. So we get the pictures, everything, and I'm coming out, but then one of the officers down there pulls up and stops me, and he goes, wow, I haven't seen one of these in a long time. So I'm going, okay, well, at least this time I'm getting stopped by the police, but it's not because I did anything wrong. And that led to them having me return to help them film their Christmas holiday party movie, Or in other words, one of the officers had come up with a script where they wanted to go ahead and have have an incident where people are chasing the bad guy and he steals a car. So they have to go ahead, steal somebody else's car to go chase the bad guy. And of course, it has to be a DeLorean time machine. And these people end up going back in time. They get lost, the whole thing. In fact, it's still on YouTube right now if you want to go and see it. And I started thinking, okay, this is kind of fun. I mean, I'm getting invited to all this LAPD stuff, Olympic Division, and they were so happy they could borrow my car that they invited me to their holiday police celebration dinner, whatever you want to call it. And I was so surprised. The LAPD, all the officers, families, everything else like that, those guys really know how to party. I mean, you would think that they're chasing after the people who are trying to party. No, these guys really knew how to party. And and then they later they said, Ron, bring your car. Well, bring my car. What do you mean? Well, our band is playing tonight over at the bar over in LA. So I go, oh, okay, sure. So I brought the car, and literally police officers are in a band and they're rocking out, everything like that. And he said, yeah, we wanted to go, the name of our band is called Time Machine. So I figured, oh, we ought to have your car there. I go, okay, no problem. So they go ahead and park it right here. I could, but I'd be blocking and everything else. No, park it right here. And I'm saying, well, this is a red zone. And they go, yeah, and we're the LAPD, and we're telling you, you go ahead and you park it in the red zone. Okay, no problem, because since they're telling me to violate the law, I've got an exemption to go ahead and do something that, you know, I get to kind of laugh at. And I'm trying to remember. Oh, this one is classic. This is classic. This last one. I'm on the Fireball run, going cross country, and one of our missions is to go ahead and find this little town, go to the courthouse, find a member from the town on the court, who works at the courthouse, get them on the steps and go ahead and act like I'm proposing marriage or something to this person. And then we get like 50 points for it and we take off. Well, to get to this town, there's a beautiful 4-way intersection that the little town is very, very proud of. And so if you don't make the perfect stop, have your signal on, look both ways, and then turn and slowly go toward the town, then you didn't turn properly and you're going to get cited by the cop who is hanging off to one side, otherwise bored with nothing to do. So he's citing people for not turning properly at the town's favorite 4-way intersection. So, okay, we get stopped. He's writing me a ticket. And I'm thinking, this is terrible, because if there's anybody else from the Fireball who sees us and they get a picture of us having got a ticket, we instantly lose 100 points. So we're just hoping nobody's going to see this. Nobody's going to see this. Officer comes up. He says, oh, I'm citing you for not doing the proper turn, blah, blah, blah. If you want to contest it, you can return and contest it over at the courthouse, which happens to be this building we're standing next to right here. And all this time, we didn't even know where the courthouse was. So he's telling us, oh, yeah, courthouse is right here. So, okay, great. I just said, we're in the small town here, right? Yeah. It wasn't identified very well, but we were there. So we go, okay, great. Sign it. Officer takes off. We just close the doors on the car. And then we run up to the courthouse. And when we ran up there, this lady comes out of the courthouse and says, did that officer just give you a citation? That's terrible. You're one of those cannonballers, right? I go, no, fireballers. Oh, yeah, well, you're out trying to find missing kids. Yeah, that's right. Well, that was terrible. He shouldn't have given you a citation for that. You're doing all these great things. So first of all, I said, well, first of all, we have to put this act on, so on and so forth, get a picture so that we can go ahead and get our points and go on to the next mission. We got that picture, and then the lady says, well, here, the mayor's in. Come on, let me take you to see the mayor. All right, go inside. The mayor hears the story, takes the ticket, tears it up, and he says, I'll take care of this for you. And then we get all pictured together, an extra bonus 100 points. Then we're all done. And of course, we leave the little town, making sure we make a proper turn again at that four-way intersection. Ultimately, we were lost. The officer gets us back on track where we needed to go. The mayor gives us extra points with a picture and then also gets the fine nullified. So I'm thinking, this is a win-win-win. Get back on the highway and keep on going. And whenever you get a situation like that where it's a win-win-win, you're really happy. I mean, it's like it's I just remember that forever. And then of course there was another time. Well, I will keep you at. I would talk ad nauseum about a lot of the experiences I've had with law enforcement, but our cars do attract a lot of attention, to put it that way.
Dustin. Yes, it is getting late, but do you have a driving story, or maybe I can guess your favorite driving story, at least your most noteworthy driving story? Is it Kevin Pike in Vegas?
Yeah, Kevin Pike was cool. Driving around Vegas with him, and then I picked him up and drove him to Skips that day. We had the tech day. It wasn't just Back to the Future stuff. I mean, he's been working in Hollywood so many years. It was cool to hear a lot of stories he had to tell, working on the shark for Jaws, and he did the car in the Moonwalker movie with Michael Jackson. So he had a lot of great stories. That was a really cool experience.
Yeah, he's a cool guy.
Yeah, really neat guy. He's living in Paris now, isn't he?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, he used to be up here in like near Fraser Park for a long time, and
Yeah, I think that's where I picked him up from.
okay. Yeah.
You guessed right, Todd. Now we got to hear Chris Hoggard's.
I was just gonna say, Mr. Delivering the Dream.
Crazy driving stories?
Well, noteworthy,
memorable.
favorite, could be crazy, unique.
Nothing really stands out. The only thing that kind of does was I was taking photos of my car one time in an empty parking lot, and some guy pulls up and he's like, "Oh man, DeLorean, cool. Can my dog sit inside and take a photo?" And I was like, "What the?" I felt bad because I always say yes for people, but I'm like, no. Like, what type of question is that? Like, why would you ask me, can my dog take a photo in your car? Like, I'm not against animals, just like, no. So, but I said he could take a photo with the dog standing by the car. But no, that's no crazy stories, but I can't count. I mean, people ask all the time, can I take photos with the car? I'm always say yes, and I always offer for them to sit inside of it. But when the guy said, can my dog take a photo in your car, I felt bad by saying no. But anyway, that's my only story.
I got another one. I wasn't driving per se. It was a gig, but I don't know if you remember, Todd, that gig I did at the Shag. He's a pop artist out of Palm Springs, but he did a collaboration with Kevin Smith, the filmmaker from Jay and Silent Bob, those guys.
Yeah.
So that was another cool happenstance with the car.
Cool.
I know that Urko was driving his car the other week, and he said that our buddy Urko, he's a DeLorean owner, and he was driving his car the other week, and he said someone was actually, checking out his car, and got into an accident checking out his car, which I'm sure that happens a lot too.
Had that happened in San Francisco. We were doing the Uber thing. We were driving. We had 5 DeLorean Back to the Future cars, and you could call for an Uber, and when Back to the Future car would show up and take you where you wanted. Well, they had me go down to. They needed a picture of the Back to the Future car with the Golden Gate Bridge behind it. So I'm down there trying to line up the DeLorean for a nice picture with the Back to the Future car and the thing. And this guy in a tour bus is staring at the Back to the Future car and just runs right into somebody else, and that's fun. Oh no. Police came over to me and said, you can't park here. You need to get it out of here. Okay.
Blame it on you.
And then another bad thing about it is my wife and my daughter were with me. So we had 3 people in the DeLorean, and we tried to get 3 people in the DeLorean. The cops said, well, you can't put 3 people in here. No, you can't. So my wife had to take my daughter and go get a taxi and go back. It was a nightmare just to get one picture, you know.
Anyone else got any amusing, interesting, noteworthy driving stories?
I have one. Cause like last year, I saw the James Bond movie, you know, where they had the Lotus Esprit, like at the, you know, in the ski area. So, and like pretty close to where I live, there are the Olympic ski ramps that were built like 100 years ago or something. And so I drove up there and I was like, maybe I should ask, like, you know, if I can take a picture in front of the ramps. So I go in there and ask the guy, like, is it possible to drive in here with my car and to take a photo of the car in front of the ski ramp? And he's like, are you crazy? Like, no car has ever been in here. Like, this is not allowed. This is well rule, whatever. And then he asked, like, what car do you have? And I was like, well, it's a DeLorean. And the guy's like, well, then come in. And then he pushed all the regular people that were, because it's a tourist attraction. And they kicked all those people out. So like I was able to take the photo, like you see, hold on, where is it? I'm not sure if you can, hold on. If you can see it. So I took a picture right in front of.
Yeah.
That's
cool.
And I have one short story. Excuse me. When I first did visit the original owner of my car after I got it, you know, like, so I meet up with the guy and he's an older man and he was like super nice. And he was like, oh, so you're finally going to pick up your stuff. And I was like, what stuff? What do you mean? And he's like, yeah, no, the shipping company wouldn't take all the extra parts I have for the car. And it's all still in my garage. And please mind, this was like one day before I was supposed to go on the KISS cruise for like 6 days. And the guy gives me all that stuff. The car was completely filled with like car parts. So I just went to a store in Miami and bought all those suitcases and boxes and whatever. And when you go on those cruises, you know, obviously there's a custom office there. You know, they want to see what you bring on the boat. And I didn't have anywhere else to put the stuff. So I went on the boat with all the boxes of car parts, and including like a luggage rack and God knows what else was in there. And then I just looked for all the German KISS fans that would be on the cruise, and I would tell each one of them, hey, can you put some of those car parts in your luggage? And it was spread out like over like 8 people or something, you know, to bring all that stuff back home to Germany. And it was just like so hysterical, like just the people at the custom control on the boat, you know, like, what are you bringing here? What car parts? What else?
Dude, that's crazy. Anyone else? Any last minute? We're going to be wrapping it up here in a few more minutes. I want to thank everyone for joining. This was really cool. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah. Danny, thank you. Ron, the Chris's. I think Chris Miles might have pulled off, but let me see.
I'm here.
Oh, you're there. Oh, you're just hidden.
Yeah.
Eric and Jason, Dustin, Ron, and to everybody else who was on earlier, thank you so much. And we're gonna keep doing this. I keep going, but my back is hurting right now. Sitting down for so long. But
And now it's 7:30 here a.m. in the morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, good morning. You gonna have breakfast?
Yeah, pretty much.
This is really cool. So yeah, Danny, what you think?
Yep. Great time. Yep. Let me know. I'll be happy to do it again with you guys.
Sounds good. Sounds good. Really
Well,
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Appreciate it.
Thank you, John DeLorean, because I don't know what I'd be doing right now if it wasn't for you.
Absolutely. You know, and that's really who we should be thanking, John DeLorean, right? I mean, you know, I kind of don't have the words really.
He's giving me a job I love, and
yeah, I mean, and you know, job, and you know, it's really it's a lifestyle, you know, living the dream. He said it best, right?
I tell a lot of new owners the same thing. I says, it sounds like a line, but you're not really buying a car. You're buying a community.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
You're buying.
Yes.
You're going to get to know DeLorean owners, whether you like it or not.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you know, it is that, you know, and so a lot of guys, you know, are very happy to be part of it. So we got a great community. Let's just keep it going nicely.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Amen to that, Danny. Thanks a lot. And thanks everybody else.
Thanks everybody. Good night or good morning, wherever you are.
Yeah. Good night.
See you guys later.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Take care, everyone.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye.
All right, everybody. Thank you so much for tuning in. And like I had mentioned before, it's going to be one of several episodes of DeLorean 100. And hopefully in the future you guys would be able to join us as well. I've got some thoughts about an episode 2. Oh, Justin, I have one. Can I jump on? Yes. I guess we're going to... Justin, if you're out there, jump in. You've got the link. We were just about to do the outro. Well, we'll give him a chance to jump in. If not, then we'll wrap it up. Let's see here. Well, I can't get him on, so maybe he is unable to join us. But Justin is a local owner, a good friend of mine as well. He's had his car, I think, about as long as I had mine, and he purchased it from the original owner, who was a friend of the original owner of my car, the DeLoreanTECH car. So he's got it's an '83, just like mine, and it's almost a carbon copy of my car, except he's got a stage 2. That thing is actually pretty fast. So I've ridden in it. I've driven it. A very awesome car. So anyway, Justin, we'll have an episode 2 if you want to jump in. Yeah, it looks like Urko's here too in the chat. Hey, if you guys want to jump on really quick, we're here. Just let me know. Like in a few minutes here. There he is. There he is. All right. How's it going, Mr.
Hey.
Trabue?
What's up,
Welcome.
man?
Getting off work or what? Yeah, you're in a DeLorean. There you go. Nice. So I think you're muted again. Yeah, you're muted. Let's see. Uh-oh. You froze. So you're muted.
How's that?
There you go. So, amusing, noteworthy driving story.
Got one for you.
Okay.
So, bought the car in 2018, and I'd say probably 6 months into owning the car. I was driving home probably about 10, 11 o'clock at night through Arrow Highway, which was through Irwindale to Covina, where I live. And it's a 45-mile speed limit area, but I had it in fourth gear, and my brother-in-law was in the passenger seat talking to me. So we were chit-chatting, and I wasn't paying attention to my speed. And I noticed the headlights behind me was a Charger, and it was riding my tail. So I put a little gas into it to give a little distance between us. And all of a sudden, boom, the lights kick on. I'm like, oh my God. So I pull over and I pop the door. I grab all my information. He comes walking up, hand it to him. I was like, was I speeding? He's like, yeah, you were speeding. I was like, okay, all right. He's like, I'll be right back. So he disappears. We're sitting here talking for like 5 minutes. It must have been 5 minutes. Like, what's this going to cost me? How fast was I going? And then eventually he comes back, hands me all my information, and goes, I'm not going to give you a ticket today, but in the future, keep it under 88, and just walked away. And we just both were laughing hysterically the whole time. So I don't know if he really felt like he needed to give me a ticket or he just wanted to see the car.
Right.
Or brag that he pulled a DeLorean over.
That's, that could very well have been the case, right? Did he take any photos or anything? This was at night, you said, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure if he did or didn't because he was behind me with his lights, full beams on, so you can't see anything.
We've seen that before where the owners would get pulled over and then it just becomes a photo shoot, right?
I haven't experienced that yet. I mean, I have with like just normal people out and about, but police officers not yet.
Right. I've never been pulled over in my car, knock on wood.
Oh, so, you're missing out.
I don't want to know. I'm fine, just, leave me alone. Or just to appreciate the car from afar.
Yeah.
It'd make for an interesting video.
Yeah, it would. Yeah. It would be funny to see a video on that. Anyway. I didn't get to tune into the whole conversation, but I did capture some in the beginning, probably about 30 minutes. And then just a little bit before I hopped on.
Yep. Well, we're going on, what did we start at, like 6 or something like that? 4.5 hours.
6 o'clock.
4.5 hours,
What's your goal?
So we were going to go until 10:30, but then I saw you in the chat. And I was like, okay.
Yeah.
Bring
That's my story.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
Other than that, it's been a dream owning this thing, and I count my blessings every day I have it.
Oh yeah, no, I hear you. And you've got your dream version of the DeLorean. Now everybody has kind of like their ideal DeLorean, right? Some guys want the gas flap, black interior, gray interior, but I think you've got what you sort of envisioned as your ideal DeLorean, right?
Almost.
Okay.
Almost. So the 5-speed I wanted, for sure. I'm missing the gas flap hood.
Ah, okay. So you want to do a Chris Miles. 83
yes,
gas flap. Yeah. Okay.
Well, I just, you know how it is. It just so happens to be that was the car that landed in your lap or you came across in that moment. And you just could not walk away from that deal or the moment.
That's true.
So ultimately, yeah, if I go back and pick the car I wanted, an 81 gas flap for sure.
Okay.
But the history behind this and the car and the deal and the people, it was just like the plans aligned up and it was there for me. I couldn't pass it up.
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah, same with me. I was searching for what I ended up getting though, so I feel pretty fortunate. But yeah, I mean, they just kind of landed in your lap, right?
How long did you search for yours?
Oh God, since I was a little kid. But I didn't get really serious until
like actively looking.
Actively looking. man, like it was off and on, right? Like I'd start looking, then I'd get, because I'm a car guy. I mean, I've had all sorts of different stuff, right? And I'd get into other cars, and I kind of shelved the whole DeLorean purchase multiple times throughout my life, right? A lot of it was just, I think, a little intimidated by the car, right? Like I didn't know what I was getting myself into, right? It was just bigger than life, right? I mean, owning a DeLorean, it's always been a dream, but then like there's a lot of mystery about it. It's just not, it's literally the only model of a DMC mark, right? I mean, how am I gonna fix it? Like, how am I gonna maintain it? So I didn't know about the community. Once I found out about the community, I was like, oh, this is easy. Where have I been? So, but actively looking, I mean, all throughout, like maybe from 2010 all the way to when I actually bought it. Prior to that, not so much. I think between like 2005 and 2010, I looked here and there. That was kind of when things were rough with the economy, though. Remember, everything just crashed.
Yeah.
I really had to put things off because of that. But actively looking, 2010 up until 2018 when I finally bought it. I came close a few times. One time in 2016, I came pretty close to getting one, but then I got cold feet. Eventually, I just stopped getting cold feet. Pulled the trigger.
Do you remember the year and model of that one?
Pretty sure it was an 81. It was on Craigslist of all things, and it was they wanted a lot for it from what I remember, but they had it had power steering, it had all sorts of stuff, and and I was like, wow, that's just a lot of money though. I think they wanted like 60,000 or something like that for it.
Did you go and check it out?
No, I did not. I talked to the guy. We exchanged emails and things like that. I was going to do it, but then I got cold feet. I think the price. I ended up paying only 28 for mine. A couple years later, and I was like, it just, I felt like it was one of those things where, and I think a lot of prospective buyers feel the same way. If I don't get it now, it's just going to keep going up in price, they keep going up, right? So I just. It's just one of those things. 60 at the time was a lot. That was a lot of money.
It is, especially for where the market was at the time.
Yeah. Well, apparently this car was just ridiculously upgraded, beyond belief. Right? It had literally everything. So I don't know what happened to that car. I have no idea if it sold, but it was in Pomona, is where that car was. Yeah.
Interesting.
It was in Pomona. It was a show vehicle. Don't know what happened to it though. I do know it had the power steering, though. The upgraded power steering. But, no idea. I'm glad I didn't get that one. I'm glad I got the one I got. So I'm pretty happy with it. And won't sell it. Somebody tried to buy it off me at the at the musical.
No way.
Yeah. These two brothers trying to see how much, they can get me to sell it for. I was like, not for sale,
Okay, what was the number they threw out at you?
I just didn't really say, they didn't actually make an offer, but I told them about how much they're going for. 100,000. He's like, 100,000. You sure about that? 100,000 cash? You want cash? I was like, look, not for sale.
Did these brothers have a Russian accent?
No. I told him, I go, look, you can get a nice car for a lot less than what I would sell this thing for, and bring a trailer. I gave him my card. I said, look, we do live streams on how to buy the car, examples of, actual auctions on Bring a Trailer almost every week for the past these several weeks now, right? So, and, prices are going down. It looks like, they may go back up. We'll see.
It was. You made that observation the last time you did a live stream on that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. The last two examples: 38,000 for a running car, a little bit rough here and there, but not too bad, and then 70,000 for a very low mile car that I thought was pretty nice. Very low compared to just a month or so before that, they were going for, like, low mile cars were going for over 100,000. 110, 111, and to get one for 70, that was a steal. That was a steal. I think that was like a 20. I can't remember the mileage on it, like 2,400 or something like that. And then that other one for 38. I remember just months before I got mine, I almost bought an 81, and the guy wanted 38,000 for it. And it had a cracked windshield, and he was going to get it fixed before I bought it. It was like his dad's car. His dad passed away. But for whatever reason, I couldn't get the guy to sell it to me. Like, he was very, like, didn't want to commit to the sale. It was just really strange. I think it had to do with the sentimental value.
I was about to say, it had to.
Yeah, but it was a blessing in disguise, because sure enough, a month or so later, I ended up getting mine. So I was like, I wanted an 83. I wanted an 83.
So I got an 83 in September 26th of 18. What was your purchase date?
It was July 15th, 2018. It was the week of Comic-Con. That was the craziest week of my life. I had to go get the car. So I got the car on a Tuesday. Comic-Con starts on Wednesday, so I had to get the car, right? It was either Monday or Tuesday that week. I'm trying to remember. I think it was Monday, actually. I think it was Monday, because Sunday is when I contacted the seller, and then picked it up on Monday, had it for a day, then I had to leave town for Comic-Con for like 5 days. Then I finally came back on Sunday, and yeah, that was crazy. Had it in the garage all nice.
DeLorean, man.
Yeah. So you got to do what you got to do, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So anyway, thanks for jumping on, man. I saw Urko in the chat too. So yeah.
Good.
Yeah, we'll have another one. I mean, like I mentioned, I don't know if you heard, but I plan on doing. This is just episode 1.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just episode 1, so I do plan on doing some more. We'll have other guest speakers, maybe some of the same ones. I've got a few ideas as to who we can bring in, different themes. Maybe some that are more Back to the Future focused, some that are focused on. Maybe we'll bring Josh in for a little bit more of a focused talk on, DeLorean engine swaps and things like that. So we'll see.
Yeah, that would be a good one.
Yeah. So, thanks for calling in, man.
Yeah, thanks for hosting.
We'll see you at the Tech Day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's gonna be cool. Gonna get my shift linkage bushings put in.
Yes, sir. You're on the list.
Yeah, and that I've been letting that go, and I can't do that. I want to record it, right? And put it up on the channel. So.
Better done.
Awesome. So yeah, thanks again for calling in, man. Really appreciate it.
No problem. Have a good night.
You too.
Later.
All right, everybody. That is a wrap. DeLorean 100, episode 1. And let's see here. All right. Thanks again, everyone. I can't believe we went like nearly 5 hours on this live stream. I don't know that future live streams will be this long, but we'll see. I guess it depends. Obviously, this is a special one, today being John DeLorean's birthday, and January 6th. He was born January 6th, 1925. And, we'll continue throughout 2025 with the live streams, and we'll bring in different guests. So I already got some names going for the next ones, and we'll let you know when we get those scheduled. So keep your eyes peeled on the channel. We've got these going. We're also on Facebook, so we've got a Facebook group there. We've got a Facebook page. We also have Instagram, so you can check out that stuff as well. We normally announce stuff on Facebook. Obviously, here on YouTube, you can see when we schedule the live streams as well. So definitely stay tuned for more. And once again, thanks for watching.